to search more of this house, but especially if we have 2 keys that we don't know where they go. And on top of that,
that painting.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you were going to say upon the realization that you did all that shit last time with the painting on your back. Because you died.
Hey, I think so. I guess my assumption is one of those keys goes to like his house in Magnamar, right?
Yeah, that's my
that we
assumption.
were kind of headed towards. That was what. Well, now that we know there's more than one key, I don't know what the other key might go to. But
and wasn't there a key?
Our food just got here. I'll be right back.
We found the key behind the wall too. What did that lead to?
The key behind the wall. Oh, yeah. The key in the wall actually got you into that workshop that was in the basement.
Okay.
Which, in retrospect, like, that was a sturdy door, and that door was also the only entry to the room with the stairs broken through.
Okay.
That led you down below, like, basically below the house in the cavernous area. So, yeah, without that key, you would not have been able to get in that room without a real sturdy strength check. Or perhaps a hole in the floor above. Yeah, I guess we can let Alex get back so he can start recording to discuss it. But if you are going to go back in the house, you do still have those rats to deal with.
Yep. Which, was there any, like, known doors that we found that we didn't go in? There weren't, were there?
At this point, no, I don't think there are. I think that rat room was literally the last room that you didn't look in. But, you know, there's obviously plenty of rooms you didn't interact with at all.
True. The whole top floor we didn't interact with.
Right. Which is fine and well and good. But
did we spend enough time in the room that Aldrin was in? Actually, first of all, we found the key on Aldrin, correct?
On the desk.
It was on that table where all the meat scraps and plates and stuff were.
Okay. And then, did we spend enough time in that room to make, like, that we would know there wasn't, like, a chest in the corner or whatever?
Yeah, we looked at everything.
As far as you know, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It wasn't like a chest sitting there, yeah.
I just thought, I don't think we asked, like, is there a chest or something in here?
Yeah. In metagaming terms, it would have been a great time for, like, you beat the boss, here's some loot.
Mm-hmm.
But there wasn't.
No, I'm just checking that we didn't ask.
Yeah, I understand.
Because I didn't listen back, can you recap me on the exact nature of the rats?
Okay, well, so these are, like, you saw these rats. You've seen these rats before in here. The first one was in that tub. They just look like undead. They look like undead rats, basically.
Right.
Swarms of them.
Where did they start coming in from? I cannot remember.
You opened the door and they were all hanging out.
That room next to the kitchen in the basement, like maybe a pantry.
Yeah, okay. How far behind us are they right now?
I mean, you're outside the house, so it will be hard to say.
We are outside the house?
Yeah, yes. I would have assumed so, because you kind of, got...
I thought we had left off maybe where we were on this map right here. I'm sorry.
No, I think we're off map a little bit right now.
Okay.
Just because you guys had time to sit down and talk about stuff, and the rats, they didn't follow you out of the house.
I have one more instance of hide from undead that we could use.
They already know we're there.
No, but this is kind of like going into stealth, basically. Like,
I don't think it's a good idea to go back in the house.
Okay.
Personally, I mean, like, because we've already discussed the fact that we don't think Aldrin was the cause of all the undead, like, creepy shit that was causing us to almost die and get flustered before.
No, I think it was that face. I think that face had something to do with it. Because I think we saw that mold in all the upstairs, and if that face was like a fungal thing, I think that face was what was running the house, whatever that thing was. When Hayden was saying
the Han Solo like guy, the face or the actual person?
Yeah, I think that's what he's.
Yeah, I think that's what we're saying. Yeah, that's why I'm saying. Like, I don't think there's much reason to go back inside. We're just going to deal with the same shit over and over and over again.
What if what?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead. I want to take another
What?
bite.
How bad or negative do you feel about? What if I just go back in there and shoot it?
The fungal guy?
This is maybe a mistake. I just keep thinking in my head, why did we leave that?
I think we did mess around with it, didn't we? Didn't we
I don't think we touched it.
We
somebody
didn't touch
stabbed
it.
it. Didn't what's his face stab it? Savvy?
No, he stabbed the guy on the ground.
Yeah.
I thought he stabbed that too.
I think we came to the conclusion that the fungus was like
Among Us.
it came from a guy trying to become a lich and failing,
Yeah.
and that fungus was kind of like the representation of that thing going so badly that it like is now infecting the house, and we think maybe like instead of becoming a lich and putting his soul inside a phylactery, we think maybe this like evil presence that tried to do this is now manifested inside the what was the whole area called? The Misgivings? Yeah, inside the Misgivings or whatever, I think is what we kind of talked about.
I guess what I want to know is like, is that thing still
I think the house itself like is the new lich. I feel like.
But I'm saying like, is that thing or the house itself, is it alive? Not, I mean, I know it's undead, but like, is it does it have?
You know that the window moved and appeared to smile at us at one point.
Yeah, one of those stained glass windows had a like a person in it, like the image of a person, and one of you perceived it looking at you. Is what I assume you're referencing, like.
Yeah.
But to that question, Austin, I think Mental knows at least that this presence has, I guess, as being or whatever, has enough presence that it speaks to that experience you had when you were communing in the house, and you felt like it didn't like you doing that, like it didn't want you there. You know what I mean? Like it seemed to react to what you were doing. So it has there's some level of consciousness there that it is able to react. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering. Like, I'm thinking. So the parts of the house that we didn't go through, there could be literally anything in there, and if you can kill that thing, and then the house doesn't have that curse on it anymore, we can go back through the whole house and search stuff.
I think you're assuming that we can kill that thing.
No, I am. I'm making a big assumption that maybe we can do that.
I sort of don't feel like we can. At least not as we are currently.
I have no interest in fighting a person who was strong enough to try and make itself a lich, if that's where this is going.
Yeah, I get it. And I definitely think that Granny would have more of an interest in understanding this better or destroying it on the same hand than you guys, for good reason.
That could also be something though that Sandpoint in general could have a mutual interest in doing.
Right. Like, I mean, we could come back with different numbers to like cleanse this state.
What if maybe so we are kind of outside the house getting ready to camp kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're just kind of talking.
Yeah, I mean, last time you said you just moved as far as getting out of like the ominous, morose Misgivings area, you know.
Yeah.
So
okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, we can keep spitballing because we're just kind of campfire talking, right? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
What if we went and got
can we say that you guys are sitting at your campfire at night and just now discussing like, okay, what are we gonna do tomorrow? Cool.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine with me.
As we're doing that, I think you had talked about touching base and seeing where we are with our characters, whatever. I feel like as the campfire is going on, I feel like you would be able to tell that Lupin is not particularly satisfied with the way that went, because that was so directed at him in a lot of ways and didn't really result in any answers from anything.
Yeah. I also thought about that over the past 2 weeks, that there are multiple ways I could have kept him alive and like tortured him, for lack of better terms.
Come on, lawful good.
He's undead.
Yeah.
He did not give no shits about no undead guy.
Lawful tortures.
I also think that I have more questions for the House of Blue Stones. Like, so Hayden told us that Lich box Horcrux thing, phylactery or whatever, was like ancient old, like really old. And I kind of would like to know who was like would have been. I don't know where to go to ask these questions and stuff, but like who would have been like living in like the misgivings and stuff like at that time? Who would have like been dwelling there?
Or even just like the lineage of the Foxgloves or something. Like
Yeah,
maybe
something.
who in their family.
I also want to look into necromancy, find out more about that, because that house was definitely like steeped in that. And you're able to come into the House of Blue Stones as well. But I mean, we don't have to do that. I know that might be kind of boring for Alex.
Lee, for those questions, you could you can ask around in Sandpoint or Magnamar with some diplomacy, like roll a diplomacy check for like asking around or something, or not. You can make a knowledge local check even.
I just know that I have those like pluses and stuff in the House of Blue Stones and all that.
Yeah, you could look there.
Okay.
You can make it. It's a plus on all knowledge checks, right?
Oof.
Maybe I think metagaming wise, like I want to do all the things, but I think in game narratively, it makes sense that I think I would let you go to the House of Blue Stones, and I may go talk to Xantus about his ideas about maybe even coming back here and seeing if somebody like I don't know, maybe a group of us can do something to deal with what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think bringing Xantus there is probably not a terrible idea. +4 knowledge history, +4 knowledge planes.
Oh,
Just I don't entirely know how to use, but put that to me in like a real world type of way. What does that mean? Knowledge planes. Would that be almost like talking to spirits or something to like get info that you wouldn't have otherwise knowledge to?
It's more like knowledge of other planes. So there are other planes of existence.
So like
and
heaven and hell and stuff like that.
Yeah, and they're like different elemental planes. There's a shadow plane, like you know what I mean. So there are beings and stuff from those planes as well. So like a simple one would be you see a monster and it's a planar being. So they'd be like, I want to make a knowledge check. I'd be like, okay, roll me a knowledge planes. Okay. And you could know something about where that thing was from or whatever.
And like demons and stuff like that, they come from these other planes, right?
Yeah. I'm giving you this, but a quasit is from another plane.
Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah.
So yeah, when someone takes on a quasit as a whatchamacallit, like the quasits are to I think it was a necromancer or some kind of magic user, they basically call them from another plane. Right. They call a quasit as a servant from another plane, and they kind of like I think they sort of tie their soul to that quasit, like as part of that thing.
Right.
That like kind of tethers them to them and tethers them to this plane. So that would be a knowledge planes to kind of figure that out. But I feel like you figured out at least some of that before. So
yeah.
Hey, Granny doesn't have anybody that she thinks would be more knowledgeable than Xantus, does she? I can't think of anybody, but
I do have a list of the magic users in town. We only went to talk to 2 of them.
Well, I don't. This may not be true. Hayden, you tell me, but I don't think she'd be as concerned with the magic users. She's more concerned with the religious, with like a religious teacher who would be able to share information with her. You know what I'm saying?
Does magic and like religion not really go hand in hand to some degree in this world?
No, and yes.
Yeah, they're not like opposing. It's not. I don't think it's like
Yeah.
religious magic users are like, oh, that's pagan stuff. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
more like that's not my.
Religious
That's not
magic
my
is just
deal.
different than arcane magic, and so religion is different than arcana.
Yeah, arcane magic is like learned through learning. You read books, you divine that stuff. Whereas divine magic is I pray to my God and he gives me this power, you know.
Right.
I don't know if Austin can hear me, but I assume though, that like it might not be a like Granny might be more comfortable with talking to a religious magic person, but she's not like unaware of arcane magic being something that other people know more about. Like I don't know unless that's like unless there's a pride thing or other reasons that she like has.
No, what you're saying makes sense, and it gives me an out a little bit too. I think she would probably go talk to Xantus, and then if Xantus started talking about like lich magic and whatever, maybe it would give some, depending on the information that he can give, then I think that would encourage Granny to go talk to other magic users about like lich magic or whatever. Because, yeah, her comfortability is probably with Xantus being a religious leader. But, yeah, like we said earlier, she doesn't have anything against magic users. It's just makes more sense for her to go to Xantus than just say like, oh, this is a magic user in town. I'll go ask him about lich magic.
Yeah. Certainly. Yes. Lee, who are the other magic users that you have listed?
Mr. Halladin in the bookshop, who I don't know that I ever actually spoke to. Director at the theater, I guess. And then Madame Mavashti, Father Xantus, and then Lesser Priests.
Yeah. That's the bookshop guy. I think there's another bookshop is what that might be referencing to.
Yeah.
How did I wind up at the House of Bluestones? Like what?
Through like knowledge, local or diplomacy checks. I think kind of asking around for resources. Somebody might have mentioned that place.
So what is that place?
Sable Stone or whatever her name is.
Sable Sorens, yeah. But is she like a bookstore? What is she?
She had that like book club.
Yeah, but that was just kind of like a thing that was like happenstancely in where I went that I happened to talk to and like stumble upon. It wasn't.
It's technically a monastery, Lee.
Okay.
It's a monastery dedicated to the worship of Aurori.
Yeah,
who is a god of self-perfection and knowledge.
Yeah.
Which is why it has a big library and stuff. You probably know by this point, Sable Sorn is the daughter of the man who founded it.
I didn't know that, but thank you.
Yeah, not like I told you, but you've talked to Sable enough that I'm sure that might have come up. That
yeah. The daughter was the person that founded the House of Bluestone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that's my plan. Is I'll talk to Xantus and then talk to more people if I need to. But I think there is a degree of a religious fervor to get rid of the undead, blight part of it, and also a being a young cleric fervor of wanting to understand like dark magics that can control a whole house or whatever and curse it. And I also think I'm metagaming a bit here, but honestly, I think Mantle would recognize the value of what might be in that house if we could get to it, as far as just information about foxgloves, about what might have happened there, blah, blah, blah. But we're too afraid to go anywhere. Rightfully so. We're too afraid to move into all the rooms in that house. But if we could, we might be able to learn a lot about what actually happened there. and know what we're about to step into more.
I mean, yeah, I'm down to go to town, get people to come that know more than we do, and have them roll their knowledges versus ours when we're looking at it's like Windows and crap like that.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, yeah. What is your plan, Foxfire? Like, what is your desire?
I would like to continue following these clues that we've got, and if we've got some clues about some people or something that leads to his house in Magnamar, I think that's my next stop in my mind. I don't just because I don't know that there's anything else I could do with this house. I just have to because I don't know magic or understand it or really get what's going on with it. I just see it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so I'm ready to go to the house and see if I can find out any more about the people that were like sent around to try and I guess handpick the servants like he was trying to do with Lee, it seems like. Or with Lupine.
How
Yes.
far is Macklemore from Sandpoint?
It's like the closest next biggest town, right? That's what you said.
Yeah.
But it was like a day's ride or something, though, wasn't it? 'Cause-
Yeah, it's like a day and a half, maybe about 2 days, depending on how you travel and how fast your horses are.
Yeah.
What if they're
Also,
dead?
You have Savvy and Ding Dong with you, and I think they both, especially Ding Dong, like wants to get Bing Bong's remains back to Sandpoint. Like that's his main priority. To the extent that he's like, if you guys want to go to Magnamar, if you guys want to go back in, that's fine. I feel like I have to get Bing Bong home. And Savvy also is kind of eager to return to Sandpoint. He has yet to visit, like where Seymour was laid, either.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should go back to Sandpoint, even if that's just a quick stuff to drop them off and talk to Xantus real quick, and then to Magnamar. Like, if you really want to lead the charge back into the house, Mantle, like, I would follow you, but I wouldn't suggest it on my own.
I don't want to do that now. I think going back and talking to Xantus and maybe talking to others and trying to figure out if anybody thinks there is something to do here. Like, I want to come back and do that thing. But if I don't know what to do.
I want to know more about that first place that we went to for Aldrin. I would like to know more about what that was, like what that structure was.
Yeah.
The tower that was destroyed. Yeah.
Yeah, like why that was significant, why he wanted us to go there. It sounds, based on what Hayden was saying the last time, that he was kind of already creepily obsessed with me at that point, and I just didn't know it. And then, like, the weird ties between Savvy, the dude that was dead, and that place. I would like to know more about that. But I don't know how to roleplay all that, especially with, like, your character not really liking to do knowledge checks and stuff. Alex, I don't want to make you sit here for, like, 2 hours and bored to tears.
Hey, I don't do the knowledge checks, but I'm along for the ride. I enjoy the lore.
Okay.
I'm here to learn.
Like, do we know anything about that? Like I said, like I haven't been able to go back to listen to any of those recordings, so I don't know anything about what that place was. I remember it had the weird skeletons where they were like looking up to the ceiling and screaming or something like that.
And see, that's a whole thing that I don't think has come back in, but that was like a shrine to Nethys. I don't know why I remember that. But that was a shrine to Nethys, and I don't even know that he's come back into all this.
Do we know who that is, Nethys? Have we ever not like rolled that or anything?
We did. He's like a god of. He's like a weird neutral god. He's like it's a balance, right, Hayden? He's like this god of a balance between dark and light or something.
Yeah. Yeah, like that's kind of his thematic thing. The balance between good and evil, dark and light.
Maybe Foxglove was just going through some stuff at the time, so he is trying to find a good balance.
Yeah, well, and too, like I think it's a bit of a world getting used to thing with this many deities, but You also just you're just gonna run
good.
into people. You're gonna run into temples to other gods. You're gonna run into
I don't
things.
need
You know what I
it,
mean? Like
baby.
it's not
Yes,
entirely
I know
uncommon that
how
you
it
would
works.
see worship to God. Yeah, to other gods and stuff.
And like, what is a god in this world?
There are
Because my
gods.
familiarity is like with what our god is, like a creator. But like in this world, like, is Aurori claiming to have created the earth? Is
I
Desna
think more like
claiming
the
to have
Greek
created the earth?
pantheon.
Yeah.
Say that
It's
again.
like it's an acknowledgement of the power of the other gods, and then there's like kind of
The Greek pantheon link is what I
yeah,
said.
it's just like a decision of your like local god and the god you pick. But like, there's also some bigger ones, like the one that Granny worships, Desna, is like really high up religious god who's very important in the creation of the world. But I don't think there's a fight between followers of Desna and followers of lesser gods because they follow lesser gods.
Right. I mean, I understand the idea. I don't know. It's just so different in this one because like gods are clearly real as opposed to like the idea that this group of people believed in this set of gods and this other group believed in this set of gods, and they kind of are the same thing but from different cultural perspectives. This is like, nope, that one's real. This one is too. How do I rectify those two ideas? So I don't know.
Yeah,
that's hard for me to
I think
grasp
that's
all of
why
it.
I say think like when you see stuff from the Greek pantheon where it's like
Yeah, I
these
get
are
that.
ways,
I get the
these
Greek
are ways
pantheon.
we explain this happening. These are ways we explain this happening, and then just
Right.
substitute. Maybe these things really do happen because this is a time when things are happening. Sometimes, you know what I mean? That reckon with gods.
Yeah, I just think there's so many and so many different factions that it's strange. I don't know.
It sort of makes it sort of. No, that's not the right word. I was going to say it makes religion less important. That's not it. It makes it less like.
It's because they're all demonstrably real.
Right. It's like that's why
because
like
everybody knows that all of them are real. I think there's less fighting about it because it's like, no, all these are definitely real. There's just different reasons to worship different ones.
Right.
It's just who do you like more at that point?
Yeah.
And then there are definitely like religious people who are like your puny lesser god worship is like, you know what I mean, is disgusting. Especially when you get into like evil gods who are like, you know, like maybe a god of war or whatever. Like that person would look very down on the idea of like the god of travel. Like, yeah, congratulations. You know what I mean?
Right. Right. I mean, I'm good. I'm having a hard time marrying all those ideas in my head.
Yeah.
For like a real world where all of them are real.
Yeah. I think the main shift that I would like for you to be able to feel right now really is just the idea that like you're just gonna run into these. Like you're like the Nethys thing, like it might be it could be a red herring, it can be a clue, but it could be a not very good clue as to information about what's going on, if that makes sense.
Right. I think that's part of my problem is like, okay, so if all these gods are real, how do I build a hierarchy in my brain about who's actually like, is Nesmus important? Is whoever important? Like what thread to pull on, what to ask about and what to chase.
I think as far as our searching, it's just hard. Now
our knowledge is coming to like.
Yeah, in the grand scheme of the world, I don't know that those questions are as important. But like as far as if you're talking about us chasing down what we're chasing down, I just think it's hard. I don't think we have a good feel for what to do.
Yeah.
Well, and the main thing that it does, as like in a metagaming sense, is tell you what's important to those characters. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So it can tell you about a character. It tells you about Mantle that she worships Desna. It tells you about the decisions she's supposed to make.
So like, would Mantle feel weird at Lupine for being interested in Aurori or praying to Aurori? Like, what would be the?
Because Aurori is a good aligned god, right?
Yes.
Self-protection and knowledge.
Spell it for me, Lee.
IROARY.
Thank you, Lee. Can you spell it for me again?
Iroary.
Thank you, Lee.
There's no A.
Oh, okay.
Irori.
So it's like ivory, but with no V.
That's not how you spell ivory.
Do what?
No, it has an I at the end too, Lee.
Oh, at the end. Okay.
That would make sense as a deity of Lupin, though.
I mean, I don't like role playing the prayer and religious aspects of this game. I don't know, it just gives me sort of like weird heebie-jeebies in a way. I don't like that. Because a lot of these like gods and stuff that are in this game are like actual from history. Like Lamashtu is like an actual demon from our world. It's like a Mesopotamian thing. So I don't like role playing all that stuff, but I would say that Lupin is aware of that god and likes to interact with him because of what his experience has been. Sure. And he's also open to Desna, having seen the healing at work from Desna.
Sure.
I was gonna say, Lee, I think it if it helps you at all, it helps me in that I understand I understand what you're saying in the little heebie-jeebie thing, and it helps me in the sense of just like thinking about it as like serving I think it would be very weird to play a character who served an evil god or something. Like I do think that could be, I don't know. I just put it's in the game, but also it's not I don't put anything of Desna in conflict with anything of personal beliefs.
Yeah. It's more just like I don't know. I'm not trying to get into too much of weirdness, but just like the power of like words and stuff, like speaking things. Like I don't know. It makes me feel weird. So I just like to just like gloss over that in the role play part of it.
Gotcha. I understand.
Sure. Well, Lee, feel free to whatever extent feels good, roll that up into Lupin's character too.
Yeah, I mean, I try to do that.
Say Lupin, like, Lupin would be like, I don't really like to do all that. Like, I don't want to do this. I want to be a part of this. I think this seems good, but I'm not comfortable with. Yeah, I think that is a really interesting thing, and I'm not trying to force you like into something, but.
No, I think that's good because I think Lupin has been kind of like slow to like acknowledge, but also like not necessarily act on, but acknowledge and question, and I think that fits.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, like it makes sense that Lupin would be like, I really appreciate this like stuff you've been showing about this Desna character. I don't care to speak to Desna. Like I don't really ever want to do that, but I'm right. Like I see the value in what you're doing and like whatever. I think that's a cool thing.
How do we get our characters on the map again?
I gotta take my medicine. I forgot to take it before dinner. I'll be right back.
I think you should be able to drag them in from the newspaper. Does that work?
Yep.
Nice. That is so cool. This thing is cool.
Who's that on the map right there?
Sorry. No, I think it's me. And sorry, I was just getting my dinner order in. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's me, Lee.
Cool.
There he is, old Ding Dong and Seve.
We'll have to read up to a little bit, Lee, because I don't exactly know, and then just make your decision about what kind of character you want to play or whatever. I don't know how you would play a paladin without the I talk to my god part of it.
Yeah, I know. Again, I mean, I'm fine with it being a part of my character that does it. I just don't want to personally like role play. I don't want to like.
Yeah. I respect that.
I don't know. It also just not. I don't know. That's a weird part of role play where it'd be like I don't know, just something I wouldn't want to tap into personally.
Mm-hmm. Would you be comfortable with the like the one zoom out of going like, and Lupin will do his. I can't remember. I don't know what paladins do. His daily communion.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. Be like, Lupin is doing his daily prayers, preparing whatever, speaking to his god. But then just don't go I don't want to be like, here Desna. I just don't want to do that. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay.
Not only because I just think it's weird, but also just because like I'm not that witty, quick handed off, like whatever. I just like that speech that Mantle gave like last time, like that was super cool. For those of us that like went back and listened to like that speech was super cool, and I'm just not that long winded and able to do that like that quick off the cuff.
Sure.
Which is the other part of me that wouldn't want to
Lupine isn't
roleplay
either.
a prayer.
Yeah. Lupine is like forgot to ask.
Right.
Like he might not make many speeches. And that's
Lupine's kind of Drax in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I see that. I think like if you mix Lupine and Foxfire into one person, it would be Drax.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to do a perception check. I'm willing to fight. If we're in a situation where there's nothing we can fight, I feel like I'm wasted. I may try to fight anyway.
Speaking of Foxfire, man, you were so cool in that last one. Where, like, does a 30 hit? It was just like, it wasn't like a critical damage, but it was such a critical strike. It was just like a perfect ping, like straight into like the jugular or something. Then you just dodge an attack and side dance, and then dodge another one and side dance, and then you just like danced straight through this group. It was so cool. So like, see really that about what happened.
That's what I want to be though. Those tiny little guys just slithering through all this mess.
Yeah, it can so easily. I feel like that. How cool that is can get lost in the like what it feels like to be in like combat. You know what I mean? Right. Like the roles of this, the roles of that. Like for like I don't know. It feels like that. But yeah, anytime I picture Foxfire, it's like, this is just this freaking guy who never gets hit. He always hits. He's not the guy who cuts somebody in half, but he's just like always there, like adding flanking bonuses and like just moving wherever he wants. So when someone else moves, he moves with them. Like he just does whatever he wants throughout combat. It's so annoying. I never hurt Foxfire. I always try to, and I never just never get to do anything to Foxfire.
Dude, you hurt me. I take damage.
I hurt you last time, but it was
like 3 play sessions before the last one. Every single play session in a row, I got knocked unconscious. So
that wasn't me. That wasn't me.
To be fair, that's true.
I had to make a Lupine turn on you. If I could do that more, I would. Lee just has to roll a lot worse. And also roleplay worse.
Yeah. So are there like still undead around? Do we know?
I don't know that you know. If Mantle did her detect undead, she's still getting that same kind of big ping off the misgivings.
Right.
That you've been
Nothing
getting.
around us though?
No, not in your like immediate vicinity.
But like, do we still think there's like the raid of like undead people like moving on to Sandpoint and the farms and stuff? Do we still think that's a thing?
Who knows?
Right.
What's weird, when we went into the misgivings, we didn't see like any of those guys.
No, we didn't.
You saw the goblins, and you did see some of those guys like down in that cavern. Remember, you fought about 7 of them.
Yeah, they were undead, like ghoul goblins, right?
Yeah. Well, there were goblins that were there with Aldern, but before you got to that, there were a bunch of ghouls. Remember, they were hiding, but you perceived them before you got into the room where they were hiding?
Yeah.
So there were about 7 of them down there. They're just the mass of undead beings seem to be like congregated to the like actual caverns. I don't know what would be a better word, but not the basement, but below the basement. Caverns, I guess, would be the word.
Well, how long does it take us to get back to town?
You could get back there the next day. You could probably be there mid-afternoon, but if you leave.
Do we happen to see any of our horses or anything along the way?
No, you don't. Oh, cute.
Okay.
You could look for tracks.
Sure.
Survival check?
Were there any horses that were like good enough that they would know to go back to town or something?
I think all of our horses were like battle trained.
All of your horses were combat trained. So
yeah.
They weren't just your regular old horses.
I remember somebody had some really nice.
Yeah,
horses.
I had Rufio's old horse.
Yeah,
can you roll survival if you don't actually have a check in it?
Ooh, I'm actually good at survival. I can do this.
I think so.
I'll just let him do it.
Yeah, I thought Foxfire was. Foxfire and Rufio was your good survival guy.
No, Foxfire was better than me.
Oh, sorry. Rufio was supposed to be good at survival.
All the things that Rufio could do well, other players do better.
Yeah, Mantle's way better at heal checks than Rufio was. Survival.
I rolled 18 on survival.
Oh, I rolled a natural 20 plus 9, so I got 29.
Nice. So even though they're kind of old by now, you do see your horse tracks that were coming toward the Misgivings.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. I don't know why this is doing this. Oh my gosh. I don't.
Somebody's calling.
Yeah, hold on.
Is Anna teaching you how to use Skype?
You know, for some reason, my phone's connected. I don't know when it did this, but my phone's connected to this computer. And so when I get a phone call,
Oh,
like
the
ringing.
same Apple ID or whatever?
Yeah,
So,
somebody trying to FaceTime, or Arlo, it's FaceTime and Anna. And her camera's broke, so she used my phone. And yeah, anyway.
Oh no, Anna's camera broke?
It's been broke. The front face, or the selfie camera part.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, so you see tracks, Foxfire, leading to the Misgivings, and you see the tracks moving from. The tracks moving from certainly seem like a more brisk pace. So it might lead you to believe that the horses, when they ran, they took the road. They took the road they knew it would seem.
okay, cool. So
that's
I relay that information. I think the horses might be back at town. So if we go back the way we came, we may run into them.
Hey, well done, lad.
And then Xantus has your horse, right, Foxfire?
Yes, he took my horse back to town. That's right.
His
With
is
that
like
guy
regular.
he was trying to save. Yeah.
We were trying to save a conversation about how long it would take to give Xantus a ride back to town and come back.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, you guys travel back to Sandpoint that next day, and yeah, you get almost back to Sandpoint, and you find your horses on the trail. They like have kind of stopped, and they're like maybe eating some greenery on the edge of the trail, but they seem you know what I mean. They got comfortable enough that they knew where they were going back to town. They were just stopping to eat, basically making their way back to Sandpoint, the only other place they know where there's food and board, and otherwise safety.
Making their way back to Sandpoint, eating some grass, feeling safe, because the horse has been living. I'm sorry, I need to, let's see, every 2 levels have, so I do 3 and 5, I get 36. 1, 2, 3, whatever. Yeah, that's not. He's back up.
Oh, I assume we rested in between all this.
Yep, you took a long rest, so
hey,
you're gonna roll your healing.
Question really fast. I'm gonna. I meant to ask this at the very beginning. When we rest, should I take kind of like this undead loadout again? You think?
Probably for right now.
Yeah, I think I mean, we'll probably be in town for maybe a day.
Yeah.
Doing all the stuff before we, but yeah, I think for the future, it doesn't look like undead are going away, in my opinion.
Right. Okay, cool. There's a couple spells I've been looking at as far as diplomacy type stuff. I'm gonna try to stick some of those in, but yeah, I'm gonna just keep most of the undead stuff.
Cool.
Okay, cool. And I'm keeping that thing that gives me +5 on all those checks, because that's literally the best spell in the game.
It's pretty wild.
It feels amazing.
Cool. What we want to do? Go to Xantus first.
Well,
tell me who you want to talk to.
If you want to go to House of Blue Stones, I'll talk to Xantus while you do that. Unless we want to stay together in town. I don't know.
I think one thing we could do.
Do we have anything to sell? Let's settle that first. Is there
Yeah,
stuff
I was
to
gonna
sell?
say.
Yes. Hold on a second. I can tell you that. I need to look it up. What this stuff is worth.
I can always count on you guys to focus in and do what's important first.
Money. Give me that cheddar.
Money.
If we're losing Savvy, we do need to get some potion. Well, I mean, I guess I can heal. I don't know. But we can't use the wand.
I still have a couple cure light.
Savvy's with you right now for what it's worth. In that metagaming sense, Savvy hasn't, I don't know, I want to say, Savvy hasn't said, I'm not coming with you or whatever.
Yeah. Whatever.
I realize
I have 9 cure light wounds on me. For what it's worth.
It's worth a lot.
It's worth
About 50 gold pieces a piece.
I'm gonna remember that the next time you fall from a tower.
What, the cure light wounds?
Yeah.
I mean, I can't use them as I'm falling, can I?
No, but you can crush them.
Oh, got it. Well, to be fair, when I fell from the tower, didn't I catch myself on the second?
You did. Just think about the future. Oh, that guy crit and he hit you with a club. And he hit you right in the haversack.
Right in the potion spot.
So you don't take any damage, but he crushed 9 bottles of steel, which is the equivalent of a lot of health.
So you have to ingest potions to receive their benefit? You can't just pour it over you?
Yeah.
I'm getting healed.
Yeah. I think if you fell on them, though, maybe the broken glass would negate the healing effect.
You get stabbed and then you get healed all in one.
Yeah, it opens wounds for your body to take in the potion.
So I don't know what all we picked up. I don't think I picked up anything to take back.
I think I have everything. So
I have a few things, but I have a hand-drawn picture of Lupine from that guy.
You could take that to an art.
I have a very nice wine glass.
Hey,
and I have
you did get the
good
wine glass.
manacles.
That's right.
Can I really fast? Can I tell you guys the stuff we have and you look up the prices for it so that I can finish writing down my spells? I just need to get them all wrote out. I just didn't know exactly what we were gonna do, so I couldn't make a loadout really.
Sure. What you got?
Okay. We have a +1 leather armor. I'm assuming that's magic. +1 war razor.
Don't look up that war razor. I'll tell you what it's worth. Don't look that up though.
Wow.
Okay.
Sorry. Keep going.
It's
Just
probably
because
more.
I think it might give away some stuff that's not helpful.
Oh, okay. And we have the monkey alarm. And that +5 the +5 ring of jumping.
Did you not want to keep that?
We can, but I'm thinking it might be worth a lot. So maybe just look it up.
Wasn't there something else that you found that was super crazy, but
Oh, the chime of
chime.
Epiphany. Yeah.
But you don't
we're
want to
going to keep that though, right?
Yes.
That's the key that will open up anything essentially 5 times or something, right?
Locks.
You have to roll a check on it, but it doesn't it's not automatic, but still. The idea of magically picking locks is rare in this world. Not rare, but it's not easy to come by. Unless you have a wizard. Which I don't see. Do any of you guys think you'd ever want to play a wizard? I'm just curious.
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, that's fine.
If my character dies, I'm playing Necromancer.
And I'm killing you. Because I kill bad stuff. That's all I do.
I mean,
Let me ask this. This could also be like in game too. Like, is necromancy like inherently a bad thing?
kind of. It deals
Is
with
it inherently an evil thing?
Deals with undead creatures, which is not natural.
Which are
good.
all evil. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's kind of an evil thing. Yes. Which is why when Austin first wanted to play Necromancer, I said, "Don't do that," because honestly, it's more to do with me. Mike worry about being a dungeon master, and I've read a lot. I mean, it's obvious, but there are hairy things about someone in our party is an evil person.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Are the other 6 like arcane magics or whatever, or like rune magics, are they all evil as well?
No. Well,
I think necromancy is the only arcane school that is considered evil.
I don't even think necromancy is evil. I just think undead creatures are evil, and necromancy deals with undead creatures.
That's sort of what I was
It's
asking. Like, is
based around-
necromancy like inherently evil, or is it just like perverted in a way that people use it for evil things?
It's a school of magic that only exists to mess around with dead stuff and make it not dead. So, I mean, it just depends on your view of good and evil, I guess. But hey, so it looks like if you make armor +1, it adds 1,000 to the base price, and leather armor is 10 gold. So the base price would be 1,010. But
we divide
obviously,
it now, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say something.
So what's that? 505.
Yep.
All right, cool. Anybody get the jumping?
505.
You said Ring of Jumping, Austin?
Yeah, Ring of Jumping +5. I have I just realized that now that I have level 3 spells, I have Hide from Undead Greater, and it doesn't end if you touch them or whatever.
What?
So you had that the whole time?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's because it's up under Hide from Undead.
Oh, but it's like underneath it.
Yeah.
So let's have at least. This ring continually allows the wearer to leap about, providing a +5 competence bonus to all acrobatics checks made to make high or long jumps. Cost 1250. So half is 625.
Wait, does that have charges on it, or it just does that all the time?
Anytime you make a high or long jump check, you get to add +5 to it.
Oh, it's still not that good though, is it? I mean, that's not that useful, right?
Also, in order to create it, you must have 5 ranks in the acrobatic skill.
I could create that.
I
could create that times 2.
I mean, my acrobatics to jump is truly terrible, but I think I would trust Lupin to throw me before I would still trust myself to jump with a +5.
Hey, y'all, like my acrobatics and climb is like so high that like I don't know that I ever walk anywhere. I have a +10 in climb and a +9 in acrobatics.
So you're like a urban barbarian Spider-Man. You're just scaling walls, going through the city.
Spent most of my teen years really into parkour. For clarification on that Hide Undead Greater, the undead get a chance to make a will save every time you attack them.
Yeah.
To negate it, but it doesn't automatically do it.
And I think that's also on attacks, not touches. Like if we touch that picture, I think it wouldn't break it.
No, it just when you touch it, it gets a chance to make a will save.
Okay.
In order to break it.
What was there anything else you wanted me to look up, Austin?
The monkey alarm thing.
Monkey alarm.
Is that monkey alarm? What? I don't know.
I can tell you about that. I was
gonna say I'm not really sure what I should be looking for here.
I think you rolled good enough to get this.
I did.
called
I can't remember what it was called. I wrote down monkey alarm.
Alex, Google hungry decapitant.
It's a wondrous item.
Pretty cool.
Does it have a list of wondrous items?
I don't know how you would use it, but it's a cool thing. It's very similar to the alarm spell, which is something, at least in 5th edition, that I use a lot for my character. Like, I use it when we camp, like, basically to wake everybody up all at once. You can use that spell. Or you could pull the thing on this and, you know what I mean, alert everyone in a 150, 60 foot radius. It'll say.
Good for him. I figured that's why he was calling you.
Whoa, that looks nasty.
Wow, that's a cool picture.
What does it do though? Whenever it's pulled, the head lets out a shrill simian shriek. So
yeah, you told us that before.
it does an alarm spell whenever you pull it.
But what's the point? Like, why?
Just to alert people. I don't know.
You can make me a wisdom check about where it was and stuff.
I can't find anything with a price on that though.
A wisdom
okay.
check?
It's worth about 500.
Okay.
Wisdom, yes.
Hey,
Wisdom a thing?
tell me about the War Razor.
Base
Just an ability.
skill
Just an ability check.
or ability.
What's the War Razor worth? Yeah.
Tell me.
Sorry.
I'm gonna look it up.
Oh, I'm googling it.
$8 gold.
8?
+1. It was +1, right?
Yeah, +1.
It was
So-
+1. Sorry.
1008.
4.
Yep.
Cool.
Is that something like that we should like look into though, based on your telling us not to look it up?
It's like a goblin weapon, right? The War Razors. It's something that only goblins use.
But he specifically told us not to look it up, which is why I'm curious if there's
Actually,
something
I
special
looked it
about
up, and it's not detrimental to look it up. It's just a weapon.
It's a weapon that goblins like to use, right? The little razor thing. Is that what
They have
use?
they have like those dog razors,
slicer.
the
That's
dog
what it
slicer
was.
and the horse chopper
Yeah.
is what the goblins have.
Never mind.
Those
Then
are like
I don't know what a War Razor
pieced
is.
together out of trash, kind of.
Just Googling the War Razor might bring up more information about Aldrin that we don't know yet. Is why he probably didn't want us to do that.
You can. I looked it up on D20 PFS RD. It's not a problem. You can look it up. I don't care.
Hey.
471 apiece, by the way.
Oh, you did all the math?
Yeah, 471. That's including Wasabi, so everybody gets 471.
Oh, you get a plus on sleight of hand checks to conceal a War Razor.
Because it's just a big flat blade.
You said what, Lee? 471?
Yeah.
You guys
Cool.
aren't good with selling all that, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
My money stack's getting bigger again.
I want
That's
to
a
add
lot of
stuff to
gold.
my weapon, so yeah, give me all the money.
Oh, actually, I might have enough to where I can magic my gun.
I feel like the last time I looked up like what it would cost to like do another special ability on my weapon was like crazy high.
Yeah,
It's
it goes from like
exponential.
1,000 to 2,500 or something like that.
No, it went from like 2,000 to like 8,000.
Yeah, it's exponential.
Oh,
It's super
hey.
high.
Everybody add another 50 on top of that. We found 200 gold in the attic hole.
Okay. Nice. That was a good find, finding that stash behind that painting. It helped that Mantle had that plus whatever to all your perception checks.
Yeah. What is that called, Alex, when you're looking up like what to do to your weapon? Is it just like special abilities on the weapons? What is that called?
I think it's called magical.
Magical weapons, probably, is where it is. Magic items. Yeah. Weapon pricing by bonus. +1 is 2,000, +2 is 8,000, +3 is 18,000.
Okay, so this is a dumb question. Can you add another +1 thing to an already +1 weapon, or does it have to be a +2 at that point?
It has to be +2.
Yeah. However big the bonus is how many attributes your weapon can have. Does that make sense?
Say that again.
If your weapon is +5, it can have like 1 +5 bonus, or like a +2 bonus and a +3 bonus.
Okay.
Or something like that.
Part of what you're paying for up front is like changing it from like a +1 weapon into a +2 weapon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which gives you another plus to your attacks and another plus to all your damage and all that stuff.
Great. Gotcha. That's what I want to look up, those prices again. I can't remember where that's at.
That's what I want. Hayden, how do I know when something can or can't stack, like a plus?
Help me know what you mean by that.
Okay, I get the +5 from that one spell. If I want to use another spell that was +1 or whatever, like do I know that would stack unless it says it doesn't stack?
I think that it doesn't stack unless it says it stacks. Or maybe I don't know if it's that way or the opposite. If it's what you know what I mean? Yeah. How do I ask that to the entry?
Yeah, that's what I say. I don't know how to know the answer to that.
Actually, I might have lied to you, Lee. It looks like it's separate. So making the weapon +1, +2, +3, +4 is separate from adding special abilities to the weapon. Because it says you can have a +1 weapon with 2 +1 special abilities.
So I wouldn't have to increase my weapon
to just get another special ability on top of it. You wouldn't have to increase your weapon. Is what I think.
Well, how much does a special ability cost? Oh, okay, never mind. I see that. Okay. No.
Bonuses of the same type do not stack, Austin.
So Lee, here you can see on my screen it says like keen +1 bonus.
Yeah.
This is the cost, the base price modifier. So +1 bonus is 2,000.
Okay.
So to get any of those, you would just have to pay the +1 bonus.
So I don't need to do anything else to my weapon, though?
I think in order to get the bigger ones, you have to have one of at least this rank.
Like capacity?
Yeah. But I think you can just keep adding +1 bonuses on your +1 weapon. I think. That's why I read it.
Clarification, anybody?
Nope.
Because if so, I'm about to get some lightning, y'all.
Because it says +1 weapon with 2 +1 special abilities. So I mean, like,
Oh, okay, yeah.
I feel like you should be able to have more than one special ability.
Hey, Lee,
Jeez Louise.
Lee, are you staying with the sword instead of getting a hammer?
Yeah, for right now. I mean, if it comes to, I mean, even if I was playing as like a Thor-like character, I probably wouldn't actually create a hammer.
Okay.
Just because, I mean, I've already, like, that's kind of my weapon at this point is my sword. And it's a Dragonbane sword, and I feel like at some point that's going to come up eventually in life.
Oh, actually, so that'll be a third effect on your weapon, because I think Dragonbane has an effect.
I don't know a lot about that.
That's true.
Is it?
Dragonbane is an effect, yeah.
So it's still just a +1 weapon?
Okay.
Yeah, it's a plus, yeah. Like you found it as a +1 Dragonbane weapon.
Well, here's what I don't really understand when it comes to, like, the +1 moniker. Is that, like, in reference to its attack bonus, or is that in reference to something else?
Yeah.
So why isn't it a +3 weapon if it's against dragons? It's a +3.
It is a +3 against dragons, but it's a +1 normally.
Okay.
And what it actually says here is, so a single weapon cannot have a modified. Okay, hold on. Some magical weapons have special abilities. Special abilities count as additional bonuses for determining the market value of the item, but do not modify the attack or damage bonuses, except where specifically noted. So it doesn't give you the extra
part.
+1, +2. It just gives you an extra ability. But so what it is technically is you have a +1 weapon with a special ability on it. So it actually counts, your weapon counts as a +2 weapon. Does that make sense?
It acts like one, but it's not a +2
It's
weapon.
value one, right?
Its value is that +2 weapon.
Got it. So essentially, I can buy this lightning shock thing and add it to it right now without having to change my weapon if I've got the money.
I think so.
I think so. I mean, I have to read a little more to say yay or nay, but I think so. But it does, because it's increasing the value. So if you're adding another one, it would increase the value to technically a +3 weapon. So maybe you'd have to have a really, really good crafter to do that or something, because the value of a +3 weapon was something pretty high.
Oh, yeah, part of that is the
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
I see that what you're talking about with the +3, but Hayden just said it only acts like a +3 when it's with a dragon. That's what I was asking. Like, I don't understand.
Oh, yeah. So that is a separate.
Like, so if it's already a +3, like, can I just already add 2 more, like a +3 spell thing to it? Or that's what I'm confused about.
No.
No, you can only do the
special,
+1 stuff.
Yeah, each special ability, the enhancement bonus of the weapon can only go from 1 to 5. But every special ability that you add to it also adds a bonus based on if it's +1 or if it's +2 or if it's +3 or whatever.
Right, yeah. I get that.
Those two things totaled can only hit 10. So right now your weapon has a +1 enhancement bonus. It has the ability of Keen, and it has the ability of Dragon Sling, right? Dragonbane.
I guess, but I don't understand how the Dragonbane thing works because it's not all the time. I don't know if that's like a special thing or what.
It's just it's a special ability on the weapon. So I don't know where it is exactly. It's probably not in this list, but so here's Bane actually. You just get +2 against whatever. It's just another special ability, just like Keen. You see it?
Yeah, I mean I see that, but like I don't see in the +3 category. I don't see Dragonbane listed, which is why I'm confused. But I mean, it's whatever.
So here, look on my screen for a second. Yep. So Bane is, and then it's just dragons is the type of Bane that your weapon is. This is just what it does.
Gotcha.
It gives you a +2, then its actual bonus. Oh, it also deals an extra 2d6 points of damage to those foes. Holy crap. Slaps.
So I need to write that down. Okay.
But yeah, so there's Bane, and Bane is just the same thing as Keen. It's just a special ability added onto the weapon. It's in the same
Right.
list here.
Okay, so now go back to what you were talking about. You at first were saying that it didn't sound like I needed to upgrade my weapon into a +2 in order to add another special ability.
Correct. And
But then you kind of went back on that, sort of.
You don't. But you don't have to upgrade it to a +2 enhancement bonus. But what you have to think about is it keeps adding the total. The value of your weapon keeps getting more as if you were adding an enhancement bonus to it. So
the value of my weapon, but not necessarily what I need to pay to get it added, right?
Not what you would have to pay to get it added, but because the value of the weapon is gonna cost so much. In my opinion, I don't know that anybody in Standpoint is going to be able to do something worth 20,000 gold. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I don't understand. Why you jump into 20,000 gold as opposed to just another 2,000 for another +1?
The enhancement bonus this is the value of your weapon. The enhancement bonus is +1. The special ability that you already have on it is +2. And then the next special ability that you are asking to put onto it would be +3. So it keeps adding.
I don't
those totals are added together.
Thing. Maybe it's because like I have a +1 attack bonus that it's confusing me, but I don't understand.
Yeah, so some magical weapons have special abilities. Special abilities count as additional bonuses for determining the market value of the item.
That's market value, as if I was selling it, not crafting and like paying for. Like, why wouldn't it just be whatever the price is for the shock? Because what you're talking about is upgrading to the what you said I don't need to do, which is upgrading it to a +2 or a +3 or whatever.
Yeah,
that's what you just said I don't need to do.
Correct.
I can understand if I was trying to if someone was trying to buy my weapon, that's what the price would be. But that's not what we're talking about doing.
Well, I think maybe I'm saying it wrong. I think it's just my opinion that if the market value of a weapon is going to be 20 grand, then someone in Sandpoint is probably not going to be able to work on it.
He's saying you need a really skilled artisan to put 3 bonuses on a weapon.
Yeah.
But I'm not putting 3 bonuses on a weapon. It's a weapon that already has a +2 on it. It's just someone to add another one.
A third bonus on it.
So right, but that Smith would only be adding one thing. So all I would need is somebody that's capable of adding a +1 to something, in my mind.
Yeah, no, that's a fair argument. I mean, that's up to Hayden. Hayden, I think you're muted. I can't hear you, Hayden.
Yeah, you are muted.
I like it.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry. I think the logic would be that it's harder to add a third bonus to an item than it is to add that first bonus.
Without damaging.
The labor correlates to the price of the object itself, because it would be, it's harder work to not mess up a +2 item that you're working on to make it better than it is to add to a nothing item to make it a +1.
But I think at the end of the day, it's still only going to cost you that 2 grand, though, Lee. So if we can find someone that can do this, we should do it. If you've got 2 grand.
For what it's worth, the general instinct would probably be that Magnamar is a better city to do that. A bigger city, you're much more likely to run into, to find better artisans there, basically.
So is that are we in agreement there that it's only going to cost me 2 grand to do this again?
Yeah, I think
so.
Because in the +1 category, it seems like the only ones that are more than 2 grand are the first 2, Impervious and Glamored, which are 3 and 4 grand.
Yeah, if you went exactly, yeah, correct.
Cool. Now I might eventually become interested in Impervious after sinking all this money into this damn sword.
Yeah, that would be awesome of me to do, to destroy your sword. Roll a 1, Lee. I dare you.
I have done it.
I will do it. I will be so happy to just set things right.
So I would have to roll a 1 and then roll a what? Another failing something, right? In order for you to do that?
Yeah, you'd have to confirm a fumble, I think, too. Other stuff can happen. Like, in combat, you can sunder someone's weapon. There's a roll you can do to. I think it would be a combat maneuver, roll in combat to break someone's weapon.
Mm.
So an intelligent creature might be like, hey, that guy
Just go
has,
around
you know what
the
I mean? A
campus
sword
there.
that is so magical. I would do well to even the playing field by getting that out of his hand or something, you know.
Right. All right. Well, you know what I'm doing in Magmar. Also, I'm gonna buy some rope. I don't have rope for right now, so I will deduct that from my.
I'm sure that's not expensive.
Yeah.
Okay. Do either of you other guys want to buy anything?
I have not put enough thought into
Sure.
what I would want to buy. Actually, Austin did make a good point earlier. I'd like to buy a few potions.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
figure out if I can use this weapon wand spell. I really want to use it, and I don't see why I can't, but I can't find anything.
I posted in the chat a thread, Austin, in the roll 20 chat, a thread where they're talking about bonuses that do and don't stack, and in general, this like bonuses to the same effect don't stack, but some bonuses do, and in this, the 1, 2, 3, fourth response down includes a list of bonuses that do stack.
Yeah, well, part of this is like this +5 thing is better than everything else.
Yeah. So like if you have that +5 thing, it kind of makes you say, why would I keep this other thing if it's a choice between the two?
Exactly.
Right.
And this is like three. The +5 thing is charisma, intelligence, and wisdom. So like, it takes the place of like 3 other spells you get for like +2 or +3.
Well, unless you chose to get the +5 in wisdom, and then you wanted to make a charisma check, and you needed a spell for that.
No, you can. You take all 3 of those at the same time. I think.
I thought it was you choose one. What is that spell called?
Hold on. I'll look it up just a second. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm trying to find that thing.
So what does Foxfire want to do in town?
Just want to hang out at the Rusty Dragon
Is
for
Amico
at least
there?
a little while.
I'm sure for you.
Well, I would like to know what her like thoughts on things are.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of become an unofficial member of the party, even though Foxfire keeps shooting her with an arrow.
Hey, she got in the way.
Yeah, she's become a friend for sure.
And she's also like part of like the original 4 families of Sandpoint. Like she might know a little more than some other people.
Mm-hmm. She might.
And we
She
still
doesn't
don't know
have a
anything
great
about her brother.
She doesn't have a great relationship with her father, so
He did. It don't matter.
she may not, she may not know everything about the history of the town, but
All right.
her family's certainly been there for a long time. And you know that she left for a long time as an adventurer.
That's right. She was an adventurer. All right. Well, I'll say I'll go to the House of Bluestones while Austin's looking some stuff up.
I think I'm done. I was trying to figure out if there was a wand worth me buying to use with this weapon wand spell, but it doesn't seem like it just yet. I just don't have enough money yet. So yeah, I'm good. Oh, did you say? I'm sorry. I know I asked a minute ago. Did we say in town like we're gonna kind of stick together, or we're just kind of gonna go our own ways as we get through the day and plan to meet up?
Yeah,
we're
I was
all-
calling that.
I think we can afford
Savvy,
to.
when we
split up.
get back, Savvy, I think would kind of quickly say like, hey, if it's all right, I might go ahead and go back to the Rusty Dragon, find our room, and just kind of check in for the night, get some rest.
Okay.
Hey, should we go with Ding Dong? And do
Yeah, I
the
think
whole
Ding Dong.
Ding
Yeah,
Dong
that
thing?
makes yes.
Ding Dong wants to. Ding Dong wants to. Yeah. Speak with the mayor about Bing Bong, maybe Sheriff Hemlock, and then have his body prepared for being buried. It might take a day to get his body ready, but you can take it to the temple, and they can prepare him for rest.
Okay.
So yeah, I think Ding Dong would say like, if we want to split up, that's fine. I can take care of Bing Bong. If you guys want to go with me, that's fine. Like I'm assuming tomorrow we can have a service, and yeah, I'd really like you all to be there, of course, if you're willing, and also Savvy as well. So yeah, you guys' call. Do you want to make some stops together, or do you want to split up and do a little bit of checking in with people more individually?
I'm gonna go. I'd like to buy 2 cure serious wounds potions.
Ooh, big timer.
Just to have them. They're like $7.50 a piece. Is there any discount on that, or can I try and get a discount, or?
Yeah, you could roll me a diplomacy check.
I will give it my best. Oh. I got 12.
I could give you a +4 on that.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, I think like you go in and the alchemist there is like, oh yeah, I recognize you, and you say you want to buy that, and you're like, well, yeah, I guess you guys might need these. You know, these don't always sell great here, and I know you guys. I know that you could use this, and I know you're doing it for the end of the town, so I can give you a 30% discount. That's cool.
Oh dang, I'm coming to buy stuff.
Well, hold on a second, man. I might buy more than 2. Let's do some quick
Well,
math.
I mean, hold on. You know that. That. I don't want to go out of business here.
Nah, I'll just get
nice
2.
man.
Hey,
Alex,
so
2 is probably plenty in all seriousness, because you're only going to need it if you get in like a dire situation.
yeah, for sure. Hey, so it comes out to around 1,050 gold. What do you think about around 1,000?
That seems fine. There's a tip jar here.
Hey, I'll be right back. My food.
Whatever you feel comfortable with.
Oh. All right, I'll tip him
We'll say
5
1,000,
gold.
and whatever you want to do with that 50 gold is your choice.
Oh man, I'll tip him 5.
It's very, very generous of you. Thank you.
All right, cool. All right. And then other than that, the only other thing that I'd really like to do is I want to go by the cookie shop and get some more free cookies.
You gonna go back to Sandpoint Savories?
Sandpoint Savories.
Okay. We can roleplay that now. This is a place where the 2 sisters run it 12 hours at a time. So you go in and it's one of the sisters. Oh crap! Hang on just a second. I'm not charging my computer like I thought it was.
Which way are you doing it?
He's
The way that
uncharged.
it doesn't charge. Max, I accidentally did not charge style. Aw, dang, why aren't any of these on? Come on.
Okay, I think my food's here for real this time.
Yeah. They did the fake out?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we got it now. Yeah, so going, oh, Pathfinder, you're back. It's good to see you. It's me, Erika. You remember me.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm here for my daily dozen.
Daily? The daily dozen. Okay. Well, that's middle about. Oh, dinner's here. Thanks, Kimberly.
Ooh.
Well, that'll about clean us out, but that's okay. Of course, that's okay. That's always okay. Everything's going. Everything okay? You look well.
Oh, I'm great. I'm eating a cookie a day. Gotta stay in shape.
A cookie a day, and yet you're getting a daily dozen. Huh. You must have 11 close friends.
It's a long road, you know. I had to ration them out for a few days there.
Sure. You were here just about 2 or 3 days ago, so yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's crazy. But anyway, thank you for your cookies. Thanks for your cookies.
You're the card holder.
Have a great day.
Embarrassed. You're eating 4 cookies a day. That's okay. That's what we're all about here at Sandpoint Savories.
Oh, apparently you're about doing math for no good reason at all. I'll take my cookies.
We have to. Gotta keep the doors open.
No, it's all right.
If we had more customers like you, things would be easier.
Things would be easier.
I mean, of course, what I mean by that is customers who pay more than you do for the same amount. But
Oh, actually, so what I'll do is, since I talked that other guy down, I'll give these people 45 gold for a good cookie.
Oh my God!
Don't you have like a gold card that allows you to have like free cookies every time?
Yeah, but they're complaining, and I don't want to listen to them complain every single time I come in here to get cookies. It's annoying now, dude. It was cool when they just gave me the cookies and kept their mouths shut. Now they're talking.
Oh, Foxfire, that's so generous. So generous.
All right.
Thank you so much. It's so kind of you. Are you staying in town, or are you taking these? Do you want these to go?
I'll take my dozen for today with me. I'm gonna go hang out the Rusty Dragon and find a nice wine to pair with these cookies.
Okay, wonderful. May I suggest a Merlot?
Sure, I'll give it a shot.
I mean, normal wine is good for cookies, but for your particular palate, I would suggest a Merlot.
I'll give it a try.
It's because they're sweet.
Oh, sweet on sweet. I like it.
They're sweet and sweet. It's a good pairing together.
True.
Wonderful. Well, okay, here you go. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Take it easy. Have a nice day.
And you see her kind of like dig her hands into the tip jar and like take a handful of those coins and like put some of them in her pocket.
Okay. And then I'm just gonna head to the Rusty Dragon and chill out for a little while. Maybe I'll make sure Savvy gets some food or something.
Hey, so we went separate ways?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm going to clarify that. Okay.
Yeah, we all split up.
Yeah. Yeah. What are you doing, Mantle?
Going to talk to Xantus.
Okay. Cool. I think when you approach the temple, one of the priests there, recognizes you. Oh, Mantle. Oh, Wonderful to see you. Shall I get the father for you?
Yes, please, lad. Very good. Thank you. Nice to see you as well.
Of course. I'll just have him meet you in his office if you want to head there. I'm sure you know the way.
Right. Works well.
So yeah, you go to the office, and after a few minutes, Father Andrews comes in, and he looks really happy to see you. Like, oh, Mental, I must say my conscience is much relieved to see you. I've been worrying, and I've been lifting up my words to Desna for your safe return and for the strength of you and yours on your journey. How did you find it?
You as well, Father. It's good to see you, and I'm just happy to be back. I seem to keep finding myself in the same position where I'm coming to you because I don't know what else to turn to for information.
Well, that's what I'm here for.
That's good. You haven't. Never mind. Don't want to say it. Yeah. So basically, I think I want to just lay out for him. First of all, like the gist of the house, that we felt like the whole thing was kind of undead.
Sure.
We can give him a little. I'll give him a little. I'm not trying to hide anything from him. Just give him a little rundown of Aldrin. But specifically, I want to ask him about lich magic and maybe his thoughts on that face in the wall and if it could be destroyed, so that maybe we could get information out of the house as to what happened or what was going on.
Yeah. I think, probably without even a check, he could he would, I guess, be on the same page with you. Like, yeah, it sounds like what you described. Sounds like you found whatever this mold is. You found a phylactery, probably on the ground. At least the makings of a lich. And if you were reading undead in this house, there's certainly some entity, for lack of a better term, living here. There perhaps there's a chance that with all due respect, Mantle, yes, I suppose there's a chance that powerful magics could be applied to rid this place of its uncleanliness, which, of course, with the recent unpleasantness here in Sandpoint, I would be much interested in doing. I almost consider sending a priest in my stead, but I want to make sure that this is something that's addressed. I don't want this visiting us again. So if you would have me, I would travel with you.
I was hoping you'd come with me. That is precisely what I was hoping you would say. In truth, I don't know. It's not something above our heads. We may be in too deep on this one, but if we could destroy it, we know there's no fear of undead coming back around the town. And as far as I'm concerned, I would think Desna would want us to put a stop to any undead any place.
Yes, of course. My calling is here, and I don't know that I can sleep well at night with something so forward, so close to the people that I love, and to the town that I am the parishioner of. Yes, I would follow you, and I would certainly be interested in applying, perhaps at least maybe a consecrate spell would do, or something that would hallow the grounds.
Consecrate. Let me actually say, I'm metagaming a little bit. Consecrate is not a very big spell. I think it's only like a 20-foot radius. The reason I say that is I think if we're going to go back out, I assume a day will pass before we go back out.
Yeah.
And if we do, I would like to ask Xantus, like, maybe he could teach me something or just remind me of something that I should prepare as well that would help. Because I think we're around the same level now. but like if he knows something, maybe I can do the same thing and we can work together.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he would say, what consecrate itself is just a second level cleric spell.
I think so. I was looking at it a minute ago.
Yeah. He says, yes, consecrated, it is limited in its diametrical capacity, but when it comes to the presence of evil, its power, if you can find the heart of this evil, as you described this this humanoid form in this fungus that permeates the house, perhaps I have a sneaking suspicion that perhaps it could overreach its normal bounds, if that makes any sense to you. So perhaps if you prepared it as well, we could double in power as we cast this together. I do think there's some value in that.
Shit.
All the more.
I was down there. I was afraid of leaving it.
Oh, Mento, don't be too hard on yourself. This is new for all of us, and it's only through years of study here in Sandpoint, and for that matter, years of inaction, which you certainly haven't dealt with in recent history, that has given me the opportunity to study these types of scenarios and be prepared for this moment. I wouldn't dare begin to hold it against you that wouldn't occur.
Right. I understand. I just hate leaving it out there, even for another day.
I feel the same, and all the more reason, even with this spell that you could prepare yourself, our casting it together again would be most powerful, and perhaps even as a selfish interest, I would be remiss if I didn't see this purged to the best of my ability. Even if you weren't to travel out there, I would certainly feel compelled to find a way to look into it myself. I don't know that I can live with this so close to the people that I am.
I don't. Also, if it helps, I don't mind making a small donation to the church. If perhaps we could take some other priests with us that could provide protection for, especially the other lads with me. I know this place is very dangerous, and so anything we could do, it's all undead. So it would be spells and powers from Desna directly related to fighting the undead. But I worry for my party that I travel with because they have no protection like we do.
Yes. Yes. Let me consider that for a moment.
Hey, Hayden.
Yeah.
Actually, if he has any other clerics that can cast second level spells, they could get that visualization thing cast on them and get +5s on like a check or something.
That's the spell that. Okay, yeah, you could cast that on. Oh, they could cast that, is what you're saying.
Yeah, like if he had other clerics there that could cast second level spells, and like we could do whatever. We could get it cast on Lee and Alex before we go out, and it would give them a +5 on. I have to figure out which one, but it would give them like a big plus, and maybe that would be a benefit or whatever.
Well, if that's something you express to Father, I think he would say like he expressing like the other priests here I'm responsible for, so I'm certainly I would be nervous to bring them into a potentially dangerous situation, especially knowing that they are of weaker understanding of Desna and power therein. But perhaps if they were to travel with us, they could stay.
No, I was
not to follow us, but to make camp with us and perhaps
wait,
remain in that camp.
How far away is the Misgivings?
It's a little over a day.
Oh, okay.
So he's saying, perhaps they could travel to camp with you, cast that spell on Foxfire and Lupine the day you travel into the Misgivings, and stay at camp, maybe even with some protection. But we're talking about perhaps an expensive endeavor when we do also consider hiring, maybe members of the Sandpoint garrison just to travel with us, just to make sure that we're not leaving these priests out here alone in the wilderness.
Right, I understand. Well, maybe do you have just maybe a ballpark? I promise, Father, I'm not trying to withhold from you, but I don't know that I have all the money it would cost, and I have to talk to my friends because the truth is, I'm following Desna, but I think Desna's leading me with these lads that I've been with the past few days, and I won't move forward without them. So I need to discuss it with them before I make any decision.
Oh, yes, of course, Mantle, of course. Yes, I do understand that. Maybe a diplomacy check, Austin.
All right, hold on one second. Sorry, I sit over the table eat my food.
No, you're good. I see you.
Actually, let me look really fast. I want to make sure I'm doing this visualization thing right. Visualization of the mind. You enhance a single aspect of your mind. Choose. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Oh, excellent. Okay, diplomacy. I gotta get my numbers up. Sorry. All right. Ooh. Oh shit! Yeah, that's 23.
Okay. Father Zentus says, like, I do, of course, I have some close friends here. Perhaps I can ask around.
I don't want to be cheap with you, Father. I tell me honestly what it would cost.
I will ask, and I will get back to you with an appropriate number.
Right, and just remember, we'll keep as many of them out of any direct danger as we can.
Yes, of course. I wouldn't bring anyone else into this misgivings myself. And I would certainly I will certainly be reaching out to Sheriff Hemlock, perhaps that we could get a couple members of the garrison to travel with us and stay with these priests at the campsite just to ensure their safety.
Right. There's a town guard named Ding Dong. I don't know if you know him, but he served us well. If he'd be willing to go, we'd be glad to have him.
Oh, certainly. Yes, that sounds like that sounds like your business. He's friends with the other sort of foolish boy, right?
Right.
Similar name.
Yes, sir. His name's Bing Bong. He's passed away last time we were out.
Bing Bong. Oh, Ding Dong and Bing Bong were with you.
Yeah.
Yes, they traveled out with Savvy. I heard word of this. And Bing Bong. Oh no, Bing Bong was taken at the misgivings.
Yeah, it's just that say. We thought nothing of it as we went in, and then we were forced to turn back. But when we came back out, it was some undead birds. Don't know, crows, something of this kind, attacking him. The poor boy didn't stand a chance. There were hundreds of them.
Horrible. And yet it does underline the importance of protecting Sandpoint by negating whatever the effects of this horrible place are.
Right.
The poor boy and what his friend must be going through. Perhaps, do you have his remains with you?
Yes, I think we already brought him back here, Hayden. Like when we first got down.
Ding Dong. Yeah, that's right. Yes. Yeah, that's true. But maybe let's just say Xantus hadn't heard about it.
Right. Yeah.
That makes sense. That would be the body that was brought to us earlier today to prepare for burial.
Right.
Would you have him buried in the we have the temple, what's it called?
What was Big Bong's last name?
Backstory.
So he doesn't have like family in town?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think his only family around was his friend Ding Dong. So perhaps I'll go speak with him about going back out with us and maybe what he'd like to do with Bing Bong's body.
Yeah. Yes, of course. Yes. Do send word back. I would. I will be there for the service if I may.
I'm sure it would be appreciated. Well then, all right. I guess you let me know about the money. And like I said, I don't want to short you. I just don't know that we have all that would cost. We'll do what we can to make it as safe as we can. I've got to look out for my friends I'm traveling with the best I can as well.
Of course.
So,
Of course.
yes, you see what you can do. I'll talk with him and we'll be back in touch before tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. That sounds good, Mantle. Thank you so much for coming to see me and getting to travel with you.
Yeah, you as well, Father.
Will you be in Sandpoint for long?
Don't know. We've made a connection between between Aldrin and a home in
A
house in Vignamar. Vignamar.
Yes,
House
Vignamar.
in Magnamar. We think we've maybe found a key to that house, and so we may be heading that way as soon as we get the misgivings cleared up. But I would love to find out if there's any more information to get at the misgivings, if that's a possibility to you.
Understood. Yes, understood. I will be back to you with word of the cost of these fellow travelers.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, cool. So, Lupine, you're going to the House of Blue Stones?
I don't know that we want to role play that. I feel like that'll just take a long time.
We've got a long time.
Oh, I mean, okay. All right. Let's go.
Lupine, always a welcome guest. I hope that you've brought your friend with you, the lady.
Mental went to speak to Father Xantus.
Ah, yes. And you look well. You look like your travels
Something
have not
troubles
done
me,
you.
Sable.
Yeah.
What? I have much to ask and much knowledge to seek.
Many things to forget.
Many things to learn and then forget.
And many things to remember to ask.
Yeah. Me just starting to write down questions to ask.
Yes, well, of course, the library is always yours for use. If you need to ask me anything directly as well, of course I'm here.
Yes.
Lindonier.
Yeah, let me get a couple questions lined up real quick.
I'm gonna pee. I'm coming back.
Yeah.
Lupin, you're just standing there. Are you thinking of one of your questions?
Yeah, my character's in idle mode. Idle mode.
Yeah. It looks like you're scrolling through your inventory and your menu screens. Perhaps
checking
you'd
all
like
the
to seek the
papers
library
picked up.
first and ask me what you can find?
Yeah, I guess we'll start. Today I would like to look up books and articles on arcane magic, specifically necromancy, and then anything about a lich, whatever that is, and then I guess I'll start with what do you know about necromancy?
Necromancy. I understand that the dread and feared necromancer commands the undead and uses the foul power of unlife against their enemies.
Were there any notable necromancers in this area throughout history? particularly the misgivings where Aldrin Foxglove was from?
Have him roll a check on that.
Oh, have me roll a check on that?
No, I'm gonna have this character roll a check. Oh, I'm so sorry that's a 1. Oh, that would be an area of knowledge that would be a blind spot for me. Lupine, I apologize.
Okay.
I'm trying to focus on the positive.
Do you have any books on that matter?
What does this library give you pluses in again, Lee? History and
planes.
Planes. No, that would not be the focus of my knowledge, frankly.
That wouldn't fall in history?
I suppose history. Yeah, that's fair. But even with that 1, it would say...
Oh, I wasn't talking about her. I was talking about in the library itself.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah.
Like,
if you'd like to go to the history, if you'd like to go to the library, you're certainly welcome to look. So go down to the library and roll me a knowledge history.
Okay. Do I have anything in knowledge history? No.
You
18
could also look
plus
on
4. 22.
22. Okay. You know that the Foxglove Manor is 80 years old and has been...
Only 80?
It's only 80 years old, yeah.
Okay.
It has been the seat, sort of the Foxglove family, since its establishment.
Hey,
But some sort
Sorry.
of... Oh,
to
nice.
interrupt. Look what I got. Now, look what came with it. Can you read this?
For now.
It's really
Come
good.
with it.
I don't know. It was just attached to it in a bag.
Wow. What a
That's
life.
logo on the back, but sorry, keep going.
That's a really cool shirt. Some sort of tragedy struck the family a few decades ago, and no one's really lived there since. The common rumor would be that the place is haunted.
Anything on what possibly could be haunting it?
No, there are a lot of rumors through reputation, like sightings of strange lights in the attic windows, muffled sounds of screaming above and below, and even you read a rumor of a huge bat-winged devil living in the caves below. Maybe as a more recent rumor.
Oh, really?
As early as 2 decades ago, the Foxglove family still lived there. But then a fire burned down the servants' building that's out front. Not long after that, Cyrily Foxglove, who was the wife of one of the Foxglove, was found dead, burnt and dashed on the rocks below the cliffs behind the house. And her husband, Trevor Foxglove, which will be Aldrin's father, was found in his bedroom dead by his own hand. He'd cut his own throat. Sometime around when this happened, the children, including Aldrin Foxglove, were sent away to be raised, by distant relatives. Mm-hmm. That would be when they were young.
What were some of the rumors about why it was haunted? You said there were some rumors about that.
You don't know rumors about why it was haunted. Just that those are the more recent rumors that it was haunted. People don't go there anymore, kind of. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. Anything on lichdom or whatever? Lich?
I think you could find confirmation in general. This is getting out of knowledge history, but general confirmation of what you know about lichdom. That it's an evil pursuit in terms of disembodying yourself to live in some physical entity.
So I can't find anything like history-wise relating to what was like there, like in ancient times in this area, like what would have been around here.
No.
Okay. Can I find anything related to the brothers or the Sahedron ritual?
Let's see.
Hey, who's the 7-pointed Sahedron? Who was that again?
The 7-pointed star is the sign of like the Rune Lords.
Oh, okay, that's right.
No, yeah, just looking for like the brothers or anything. You don't find anything that really
that seemed kind of
hits on that.
What about Zanisha?
Zanisha? No, you don't find anything referencing a Zanisha either.
All right. Can I look up more about Alosnus?
Yeah, that would be a history. Go ahead and roll me a
Also have
separate
knowledge
one for that.
nobility too, if I need to add that in there too. Roll for that. 17 plus, depends on if we're rolling for history or for nobility. Hopefully we're rolling for history.
He's a history.
Okay. That would be a 21.
21. She was. Tell me what you know about the Rune Lords, like right now, I guess, so that I can help you and not be redundant.
I know like what they are in terms of like they were the 7 governors that essentially like usurped power away from King Zen, and that they sort of started struggling and amongst themselves to try to like usurp power from each other, and so they're kind of like warring factions, it would seem to be. I haven't had that confirmed in terms of like if they were at war with each other, but they seem to be sort of cutthroat with each other. I know that Alosnus, I don't know any of the other ones' names. I mean, maybe that would be a fun thing to hopefully try to get the other 6.
Yeah.
I know that Sandpoint was under the area of Alosnus. There was something referred to as Old Light, which is a land house or like a lighthouse. He supposedly used to shoot fire up to like 10 miles away.
That was.
I don't know where that's supposed to be.
In Sandpoint, there's an old lighthouse, like ruins of an old lighthouse, and what you heard was that was just a rumor of what that lighthouse used to be, maybe. But that's also just a rumor. You don't know that. That's not necessarily.
I said. Yeah. That's why I put it in quotation.
You probably read about Alosnus. Some of this is redundant, but it says no one was sure what exactly she looked like. Although some statues have been found to depict her as a beautiful yet enraged woman with long hair, flowing robes, and wielding a ranseur.
That's her.
She was an angry woman. She was just known to be a woman who was extremely angry. Yeah, I think that's all that you can get out of that. Just a brief reference to her in some book.
Am I able to find out what the other 6 names are?
No, you can't. You don't find that.
Okay. The only other thing I would want to look
She
up
was angry, or what? Or is she just like all other women and you never know?
It's kind of like that. Like, yeah.
The only other thing I would want to look up would be like things relating to the imagery that I saw in the windows. for necromancy, but I don't know how I would go about it, and I might not even be in the right place to look that up. Would knowledge planes help me on this situation?
No, but I think as you do look up necromancy, you remember that like these images, you're remembering these images in the windows and stuff you find about necromancy, as well as maybe you look at some of those old beaten up books that you've picked up from the place. They say that like, one of those things that was like, one of those floors was images of the different creatures and stuff. Like parts of these creatures are all things, what are they, spell components for becoming a lich. And it's enough to imply to you that like all of these stained glass windows seem like just to be some homage to the act of becoming a lich. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay, I think I would
Certainly
transition to go ahead.
Certainly like pretending an obsession with with lichdom.
Right. I think maybe we can cross-reference this with me. How did Mantle and Xantus leave off? I know that they agreed to go to the house or whatever at some point. But maybe I could like stumble in upon that meeting and also add some of that talk to Xantus as well.
Like some of those questions. Well, you'll meet up with Xantus tomorrow, so you're welcome to ask.
Actually, later tonight, because that way we don't have to have another day pass by. Or like we can go to sleep tonight and leave tomorrow. Does that make sense? If we can afford to do this trip and all that.
Does Xantus think that he's going to be able to cleanse this land? Like, is he like what level is he? Like, is he?
Well,
I thought I heard you say that he's not that much higher than you are at this point.
Yeah. Now Hayden may have inside knowledge, which is I don't know. Like, we're kind of playing on that, but I think Mantle would play on that anyway, in the sense of like, if Xantus thinks he can do this, then maybe he can do this. So Xantus thinks there's a level 2 cleric spell called Consecrate, and he thinks if we cast it on the spot where that face was, that we can destroy it.
Did anybody happen to catch whether or not that body, that disembodied thing or whatever, was it male or female?
I don't remember.
I don't think I asked.
I don't know that we asked either.
I can't help but feel like I'm dancing around the right questions. Just can't get a good answer.
Well, that's this whole game, I think.
Yeah.
So let me look at this really fast. Hey, so really fast. If you guys get this visualization of the mind, Alex, maybe you can tell me this. Visualization of the mind will give you +5 on one of the modifiers, ability checks and skill checks. Does that include saving throws? If your ability check plus is up, or is that only for an ability check?
So you could raise the ability. Say that again. Say that again.
Yeah, I'll read it to you. Choose a single mental ability score. You gain a +5 bonus on ability checks and skill checks associated with that ability score.
Then yeah, it'll increase your skill checks associated with the ability score.
No, I'm looking for the saving throws for those saves that are in the house.
So you want to raise someone's wisdom and increase their will save.
Basically, yeah. I want to boost. We're going to bring those clerics with us, maybe. Yeah. And I want them to be able to boost you and Lupin's will save for
I see.
long time or whatever. Listen to this really fast. And I don't know. I told you you can dispel the spell and like a thing happens. Oh crap! Never mind. Screw that. I just saw this visualization of the mind. You can only cast it on yourself. So doesn't work.
Okay. There you go.
Solved.
Let me see if there's something else that they could cast on us. Hold on. Hey, am I safe looking in second level spells?
What do you mean? I think so.
For like what the clerics that might come with us would be able to cast or whatever to help them.
Gotcha. Yeah, maybe. Yes. Let me roll a percentile dice.
You're gonna roll one, or you want me to?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll roll it on the screen. 50% or above, his helpers will be level 2. 30% or below, they're level 1.
82.
82. That's pretty
So,
good. Okay.
Okay. Hold on one second. Hey, Alex and maybe Lee, if you would, pull up the cleric spell list and look at second level cleric spells and see if we can find something that would help you guys for a decent amount of time. It seems like there's got to be something.
What is going to this place and doing that's going to do?
Well, if
What
we
is
can,
it going to solve?
if we can destroy that thing, we keep the undead threat away from the lich undead threat away from Sandpoint, so that it doesn't keep drawing undead to it. Also,
Is it drawing undead to it, or was Aldrin drawing undead to it?
we don't know, but we definitely know this is a super powerful undead thing going on in this house. And also, if we can destroy it, we may be able to just search through this house after it's destroyed without threat of being cursed all the time, because the curse on the house is destroyed, for lack of better terms.
We can look up to level 2 spells.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll answer this for me. Did we? I don't think we ever asked. Was the fungus person, was that male or female?
You could, yeah. It's like it was more amorphous than being able to tell. There was no penis or vagina.
Well, no, I didn't think so. But seeing if it had like hair or not.
Wait.
I mean, like the shit. I mean, I don't know. You can't act like something that's a fungus-made person outside of the realm.
Yeah, like these.
So many spells. Holy shit.
Hey, there's a spell called Mantle of Love.
Doesn't
That's
apply.
what Mantle's going to retire on. That's going to be her TV show that she
Hey, we could cast, for starters, we could cast Delay Disease on you guys just in case. That's
We
one.
need to do that
do we
tomorrow.
need to, yeah, does that need to happen? Should that
We should have rolled it when you wake up from the camp. Yeah, let's roll those.
Who's that? Lupin? Who is it?
Lupin and Foxfire. Yeah.
What do we roll?
Yeah, what's the roll?
Fortitude.
You say I can or cannot help them on that, Hayden? I can't remember.
No, I don't think you can help them on that.
I did give them Delay Disease, though, and let's see what... I can't remember if that does anything.
That only helps in terms of like if we fail it, we got another day.
Yeah, actually, if one of you guys fails it...
Wait, couldn't Xantus just heal us? Isn't that a thing?
Yeah, I think I can get rid of it. If one of you fails it, I can use... Gosh dang it, I forgot what it's called.
Can't Xantus just do it, though?
I'm saying I can. Like,
yeah, but you don't have to waste your spell, though, is what I'm saying.
We're not. We're just. This is us at the campfire going back to town, which we've already done.
Oh.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
So I got a 17 for my save.
Oh, that's a pass.
I got a... Do you add anything to it?
Your fortitude save.
Fortitude save.
Ooh, yeah, I think I did pretty good. 17 plus 7.
Nice.
Oof. Yep, you're both good.
Okay, cool.
So you both fight off that spell, I believe. Yeah. Yes, you do.
They're both done.
You have to save 3 times. That's right. So that's day
twice.
1.
Well, Hayden, I forgot they had that. Do you care if I retcon that I just put 2 remove diseases on?
Yeah. Because
You know what I'm
would have done
saying?
that at the beginning of that day.
Yeah, and I can just get rid of it for him.
Okay, so it's just gone now.
I do have to pass a check. Hold on. You must make a caster level check. 1d20 plus caster level. What does that mean?
Just roll a
Roll your
d20. It's like basically instead of their fortitude save.
Caster level. I got you. Okay, against the DC. Okay.
Yeah, and if you beat it, it is gone. Whereas they have to beat it 3 times. Got it.
Okay, that's 4 plus 5, 19 on the first one. So fuck fire. That's 19.
I think it's only a 14 save.
That's 13. Crap for Lupine.
They're both cured.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Yep.
I thought it was a 14.
Though it's different. I think the initial save is different than like the disease fortitude save.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, that's settled.
There's a whispering lore that's effective for only an elf. I mean, it doesn't like protect him against anything, but it gives him additional knowledge checks on the environment that he's in.
How long does it last? 10 minutes per level. These guys are only second level. It's only going to be like 20 minutes. If we think we could get down there, it might be worth it. If we think we can get down there in 20 minutes, but I kind of doubt that they're going to come that close.
I don't think that they will, because that would be you guys like running from the campsite.
Wait, what?
Where Xantus would want to bring these clerics would not be close enough to be like, you know what I mean, within 20 minutes of leaving the campsite, getting into the house, and like, you know what I mean.
Wait, so why the hell are they going to come if they're not going to come in?
They were going to come, and this may not be necessary. They were going to come to cast spells on you guys to give you guys buffs before we go in the house.
Right.
But a spell like that is not a good example of why it would be good for them to come.
Right.
Hey, this might be good if they be willing. Well, no, they're not going to be willing to do that. I'm sorry. Never mind. Well, crap.
I don't really see a lot that is like protective stuff.
Well, there's some, but most of them are like a minute per level and stuff like we would have to be close.
Mm-hmm. Especially the lower level stuff.
Yeah. Hey, what about this one? Oh, it's a freaking radius. Okay.
Protection from outsiders. The spell wards a creature from attacks by outsiders with a specific racial subtype, from mental control exerted by creatures of chosen subtype, and from summoned creatures of that subtype.
I think outsiders are extra planar beings, and I don't think. Well, Yethounds is one of them. Oh, it says Yethounds wouldn't be affected. Okay, never mind.
Protection from evil? Is that what you've been casting kind of the whole time?
No, but that's only 1 minute per level. That's the thing that sucks about it. It's great. All right, never mind. I guess we don't need those guys. Doesn't look like there's anything that lasts long enough.
Cool.
All righty. Well. Hayden, I don't know if I can do this, but maybe I could suggest to Xantus as well to prepare like protection from evil and delay disease and also hide from undead. Communal.
I think you could do that.
That way I can move. I can stay towards the offensive spells and just let him handle the defensive stuff if we need it when we get inside.
How about finding something that'll handle like a giant group of rats?
Dude, there was. Oh, hold on. I don't know if this will work for undead, but there is a thing about that. Ah, crap. Which one was it?
It's called Exterminator.
No, it gives you and your friends like this ability to control vermin. Shit, where was it?
Rise of the Rat Lords.
Rats of the Rune Lords.
Which one was it? Shit. Dang it, I can't find it.
Freaking remove paralysis. That's what we fucking needed.
Would have been a smart one.
Second level spell.
Gee, that's pretty good. Freeze him from paralysis or slow.
Here's one that's good to hold on into your back pocket there. Zone of Truth. Subjects within range cannot lie.
I actually had that prepared when we went into town. Here we go. Here it is. Hayden. Because these are undead, I don't know how this works, but there's a spell called Control Vermin. You and a number of allies less than or equal to your caster level designated upon casting can use Handle Animal. Hold on. Gosh dang it. Handle Animal and Rod checks to influence or control the targeted vermin as if they were animals and had animal level intelligence.
Mm. Yeah.
It's 1 hour per level. I can cast it on 5 people. And you can target up to 1 HD per level of vermin. And so I can cast it on 5 vermin, or I can do it to 5 vermin at one time, and everybody can do that as long as they're no more than 30 feet apart. So we could control, in theory, 20 of the rats.
And they would get a will save to resist. Is that what I meant? Like how is that?
No, it's a handle animal check. The only thing is, actually, handle animal or rod. I think it looks like you can use either one.
Yeah, I think it might be a rule of fun, but I think that would probably work.
Lee and Alex, do you guys have handle animal or rod? Or
I cannot take Handle Animal for some reason because of my weird class, but I do have Ride.
Okay.
Yeah, I have Ride as well.
Alex's should be pretty good because it's a dex check.
Yeah, my Ride is pretty good.
Okay.
My Ride's pretty good too.
Mine's only 2, but
I have a +5.
Yeah. Nice. Okay. Well, we can try that. I mean, it's worth a try going back in there.
What we're gonna do? We're gonna ride the rats out.
No, you will use a rod check to try to influence them to get them to not attack us or attack their friends.
That sounds risky.
Well, it's either that or they're going to attack us.
We can't come up with something better to like just make them not.
It's not just the way of the game, isn't it?
I can attack them. I mean, here's the thing. I can go in and use channel negative or channel positive energy and attack them. And I think I can wipe them out pretty fast.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. Whatever you want to do.
So let's just do that. I'll just channel positive energy and kill a whole bunch of them at the same time.
Yeah, that's better than wasting a spell slot. Well, not wasting,
Yeah.
but taking up.
Agreed. Agreed.
Cool. So, Alex, can we touch base on you at the Rusty Dragon?
Yep.
So you go there, and Amiko is working, and maybe you go up to the bar and get your first drink, and she's like, hey,
What's up, Dick?
are you gonna be here for a while?
Define a while. Maybe, maybe the night. I'll be here for a few hours. Is that what you mean?
Certainly, that's great. I would love a chance to speak with you. Hopefully, I'll get a chance to step over to wherever you are in the next little bit here.
Yeah, for sure. If you don't mind, until then, could you bring me a bottle of wine?
Oh, sure, of course. I'll make it a good one.
Thanks. I want to try something called a merlot. That's what they told me to get at the last place I was at.
Wait,
Now,
Nice.
let me
wine,
clarify.
but you don't know
Did
what a
you
Merlot
read
is?
that, or did someone say it out loud to you, and you interpreted that T in there?
No,
They were saying
I'm
it
a
wrong.
fancy wine person. I know all about wine, so
Right. Okay.
it's okay. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I'll let you have that without a knowledge wines check. Yeah, sure. One more lot. I actually think I have one that's opened if you'd like to taste it and see how it suits your palate.
Sure.
Cool. So, yeah, she'll send over a bottle of wine.
Bottle of Merlot.
And, yeah, maybe you sit there sipping wine and having a cookie, and she'll come over and she'll say, I was hoping I'd see you again. Here. Then she pulls a letter out of her inside pocket, and it's in an envelope, and it's got a wax seal on it with the with the Kaijitsu, crest on it, and it says, you guys you're leaving town a lot, and I don't know how tied you are to Sandpoint, but I heard that you're going to be leaving again soon. Word gets around. If you come back after you leave, I have something I need to tell you that you deserve to know, and I'll tell you then. I will. I give you my word. But
After we leave?
If you come back, but if you leave and you decide not to come back, I couldn't live with not saying this, so I wrote this letter. Please, if you decide not to return, and not before then, but if you decide not to return, break this seal. And I'm sorry for being so cryptic. You opening it now?
No, it's not me.
No, I don't open it now. No.
As soon as she walks away, though.
I'm sorry for being. I truly apologize for being so cryptic. I swear to you that I mean well, and I mean good by it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I will share this with the others, and we will decide as a group when will be the best time to look at it.
Yes, that would be good. Make sure Lupine knows as well.
Is everything all right here? Are you okay?
Yes, we're fine. Things are, I guess, back to normal as the Rusty Dragon. I managed to sell off the glassworks. This is all a new normal, but Sandpoint's changed since the Goblin Raid, so I'm trying to change with it. That's has to be expected.
And what about your friend? I forget her name. The gnome? The little one? Her little helper girl? Well, just
Oh,
checking in to make sure she's okay. I don't remember her
oh
name.
yes, she's great. I think she's happy that I'm back to help. She did an amazing job while I was gone. But yeah, she's certainly happy to help. She's in the back. She's making a stew right now. Actually, she's getting one started.
Cool. Cool deal. I wish I had some more information or something about your brother to give you right now, but nothing really came. The rest of the stuff that we went through, no more signs really pointed, no more information pointed towards him.
You could see her, like, her expression kind of changes, darkens maybe, just when you mention him, and she's like, yeah, Worm, my brother, the Worm. I think he'll crawl back to the light, and when he does, he'll get what's coming to him. He always has these plans, and they never work out for him. I'd feel worse if they were good plans. He's dead to me now, though. And he's certain to be dead soon if he keeps living the way he's been living.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. Thanks for everything. Thanks for. I'll give this letter to the others, and like I said, we'll decide when's the best time to look at it as a group.
Yes, I think that would be best. Thank you so much for understanding, and thank you for protecting me. Thank you for protecting the town. I obviously owe you a life debt, if nothing else, but certainly the lives of all the people in the town are not worth nothing to me either, and I take that into account with the ledger that I of course have with you and your friends.
Yeah. Hey, one of our newer friends, Savvy. I don't remember if you guys were formally introduced or not, but
No.
he headed here first thing back to town. He made it here safe, right?
Oh, the halfling
halfling?
bloke. Yes, he requested your room, and he gave the secret handshake, so I let him go on up.
Cool. Did you can I make sure some food and drink have been sent up there since his arrival?
Sure. We can manage that. It hasn't been done, but it can be.
Okay.
I'll put Bethabra to it right now.
Cool. Thanks.
Cool. I'll get to that. She kind of steps off.
All right. I
Cool.
return to solemnly drinking and eating sugar.
Fair enough. Okay, great. Okay. That's it. I assume after a while, Lupine and Mantle, you make your way back to the Rusty Dragon.
Yeah.
We have to talk to Xanthus at some point.
That's right.
And can we just negate the asking for other clerics? I guess, honestly, we just need him.
Maybe you just send word that, like, that's kind of, never mind, that's not necessary.
Yeah, okay.
Sure.
As long as he's willing to go, we can go in the morning.
Yeah, I think he himself definitely was. But also, they wanted to have a service for Bing Bong.
Is that tonight?
Tomorrow, before you left.
Okay.
And they're preparing his body today or tonight. So yeah, so you guys get to the Rusty Dragon. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna sit up for a drink or two, or you think you're just gonna check in?
As they walk in, I'll motion them over to my table.
I think Granny will check in for a second, but I need to start making this a habit. The casting time on this visualization of the mind, I just need to be careful. I just don't want to get too carried away with this. It's an hour. And so I'm going to do that like first thing in the morning. But I think I'll just like, as a way to try to make that realistic, I think Granny's going to usually be an early to bed type.
Sure.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'll stop by and talk for a second, but she's going to go up before too long.
Makes sense.
Sure. Mantle, maybe just before you kind of decide to take your leave, Sheriff Hemlock steps into the Rusty Dragon. You see him kind of look over the bar, and then he sees you guys, and he makes his way over. He's like, "There they are. I heard you returned to town. I got word." And you see, he looks like he looks really haggard. He looks tired, really, really, really tired. And he says, as a matter of fact, forgive me, I'll be right back. Let me get a beer. And so he goes over to the bar and he gets a real big beer. Then he comes back down. He's like, so look, I'm waiting for a debrief. I'd like to hear what happened.
Okay.
A lot of stuff.
That seems to be that tends to be your answer if I'm to go with the previous patterns, and I appreciate the weight of that.
Yep.
I'm sure you were made aware of Bing Bong and this situation there, his hard work.
Yeah, I heard. Ding Dong came by to speak, to check in when he got back to town. I heard the sad news, and of course, I hope you don't think that I or the Sandpoint Garrison at large thinks ill of you for the loss of one. We know that this is the risk run. It could have been anybody. Yeah, I mean, more likely to be one of them two. I get it, but
it seems lately the only reason we come back to the town is to bring our dead.
Bury the dead.
It's tough. Hate to see you on these circumstances all the time, man.
He kind of laughs. He's like, yeah, this kind of darkness it hasn't visited Sandpoint all too often. I don't know. I don't want to bring troubles to your doorstep, but of course I feel responsible for these people here, and by extension, you and your protection of them. And I do feel as though I bear some responsibility for the lives lost, friends of yours, as well as those under my direct supervision. But these are strange times, and maybe perhaps more than that, this is what it means to serve and protect others.
I hope when this gets past us and we come out the other side, that those lost are remembered here for what they gave, because some crazy stuff we've been going through, as I'm sure we will tell you here in just a second.
Yeah.
So I don't know where we left off with you, or when was the last time we touched base. I guess maybe when we asked for Bing Bong and Ding Dong to be sent to us.
Right. Well, the last I heard, y'all went down to check on the Hambley farm, and then the next thing I knew was I got word to send reinforcements. About that time, this young man named Savvy showed up. I assume you ran into him, and because he traveled down with Bing Bong and Ding Dong, and I heard, the scuttlebutt is that you went down to the Misgivings, which I can only imagine was a treacherous thing. The fate of our friend aside.
Yeah.
But what do you think? You think you stopped these murders? Do you think you put an end to this?
I think for sure we stopped the what was he calling himself? Skin Saw?
The Skin Saw man.
Skin Saw man? I think we stopped him for sure.
Yeah.
It turns out it was all Aldrin Foxglove. Found him in the caves beneath the Foxglove Manor. So found him, and him and Lupine had a nice chat. And
Lupine. I do seem to remember him taking to y'all when he was back here. He was here for the Goblin Raid, if I recall.
Yeah, yep. He had us do a job for him then, and it's interesting the ties that job and the current run-in we had with him have now. So, but.
Yeah, it and other recent happenings make me consider the weight of the decision when you think about who you're working for. It seems to come back and directly reflect your experience. I hate to say it.
But I think that these specific murders, I don't know if they're
We didn't really find
completely
anything else
stopped.
about it. Yeah.
Yeah, someone had, it looks like, given our research, that someone was instructing Aldrin to do this. So it wasn't just him on his own. I think it goes up a little higher. And we don't know exactly what's going on, but we did put an end to him and a stop to the murders that he was causing. But I can't say for sure that it's completely stopped until we go investigate. We found that he has a house in Magnamar. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Aldrin Foxglove.
Yeah.
So, and we've got a key to presumably his house in Magnamar, but we want to. We would like, if you'd allow us. I don't know what your jurisdiction is. If you can give us clearance to go into people's houses in Magnamar, but we'd really like to investigate this house because we think there may be some clues into what is actually going on.
I think, I'm sorry to jump in. I think it may be best if when we move into Magnamar, we keep a low profile. Maybe ask around for Aldrin's house and move in without asking permission.
Yeah, do you have any contacts in the guard there that we could let know we're there so that they don't get onto us if they see us sneaking around or something,
Yeah.
That was a good call.
I can appreciate your position, but I guess I have to acknowledge that the hierarchy is kind of opposite to that between Sandpoint and Magnamar. You might recall that I myself had to call into Magnamar for a little help beefing up, I guess, security, you'd say, here in Sandpoint. I guess suffice to say, I've had to call in more favors there than they've had to call in here. And I can't frankly say that I have anybody that owes me nothing.
Yeah.
In Magnamar proper.
Right.
It being the big city that it is, of course.
That's
but
okay.
It sounds all on the level, logically speaking, that, these wealthy type families, they often have a house here, a little house there, doing their travels, especially in the big cities. You have these big business families will move into town to do some business, and they might move back out to their nice fancy country homes, such as I suppose the Misgivings was once meant to be. But it certainly makes sense, especially if they were setting up in the countryside between Sandpoint and Magnamar. Yeah, of course they'd have a little house in Magnamar as well. That all makes sense. Makes sense to me if that's that gives you any peace of mind.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure. I think before we head to Magnamar, we have a little bit of unfinished business at the Misgivings that we're going to take care of, though. And I'll let Granny talk a little bit more about that, but something we want to do before we head out to Magnamar, because we finished Aldrin and got all that taken care of, but the house is still a blight on the land around Sandpoint, and we'd like to do our best to clear that up while we're here.
Yeah, that makes horse sense to me.
I think that's as much as we need to say what Foxfire said there. Not that we're trying to hide anything from you, Sheriff. It's just it's complicated in a manner that we don't even understand fully.
Yeah, of course. And he motions like to the bar for another beer. He's finished his big beer already. He's like, yeah, of course. Honestly, I appreciate that, and even your discernment, I swear I don't know if my mind could take in any more information than just what it's costing to keep this damn garrison straight and keep everybody on the level here in town. It's been around the clock job here.
Let some information out. What's been going on in Sandpoint the last few days that we've been gone? Anything of note?
Oh no, it's largely logistics of, you know, when you have a man turn up in in a business dead, and a man turn up in a barn just outside of town dead, it feels so random. It felt so random and yet so specific. You feel like you got to cover every single base. And so, you know, I find myself keeping these men on the clock, you know, day and night. And as hard as it is to get good help here in Sandpoint, it seems that a lot of that work tends to fall to myself. So I've been doubling up on my normal work as of late, doing the rounds and the like. It keeps, even when you, situation like this, when you feel how do I say this? I don't know if y'all can relate. Y'all seem to be travelers of a sort, and something ties me to this place, and I feel responsible for these people. And so, you know, even when I go home, I just lay in my bed and, you know, I stare at the ceiling and think about what I could be missing, and if I do go to sleep, what I could wake up to. And it's just a lot for one mind. That's all it is. That this was it's not that I didn't sign up for this, but this was a simpler job at one point. This was a simpler place, and it seems that things are getting more complicated by the day.
Definitely.
Yep. For sure. I
Doesn't
definitely
have any type
understand
of
that
coincidence
aspect.
with our arrival at all.
Yeah.
Well, there was some stuff leading up to that, and of course there have been some rumors about a few of y'all being the cause of some trouble in town, but I like to think I know better than that at this point. It's everything's always more complicated than just having this swallowtail murderer. You know what I mean?
Big bad
It'd be
swallowtail
nice
murderer.
if the truth was that neat and tidy, but it ain't always, is it? Sometimes people just slip and die.
Amen. It's about time people see that.
I know it.
Well,
So,
thanks for stopping by, dude.
listen,
Nice
now
talking.
that if y'all are off the clock as much as I am, I've been thinking about y'all, and I got some questions. If I will be keeping you by asking.
Yeah.
Sure. Shoot.
I could stick that in for a bit.
So I think about the Swallowtail Festival, and when the Goblin Scourge descended upon us, y'all, at least y'all that were present in Mantle by extension, I imagine, from what I know of you, even just so far, had a similar experience in where you were living. You seem to, I just say you jumped to action in a moment when not everybody did. Of course I did. It's my job, and it's my job because I would, but it's not your job, and yet you would. And I just, when I run the events through my mind, I do wonder. You know, on one hand, you could say things started going bad since you got here, but I think another way to say that is that since you got here, things that could have gone worse didn't, and a lot of things that could have gone bad haven't. And you know, with all that in mind, I just can't help but wonder what brought y'all here. And I don't mean the serendipity, if I can use a $5 word, of y'all being here. I more mean what the hell is y'all's deal? Why are y'all? You can tell like his beard's getting to him a little bit. He's literally loosening up, maybe in a way you haven't seen him. Might just, and it could be a lack of sleep too, you know. But he's just kind of like, he's seeming more down to earth and a little less buttoned up than you've experienced him otherwise. Even in saying bad stuff about the Sandpoint Guard or whatever, you know, like he hasn't ever said we suck. He said we're struggling,
Correct.
but yeah, you probably noticed this, and he's like, I can't wrap my mind around why y'all are doing this, and even to hear you say following up this lead and closing out this, shutting down these troubles and the misgivings and going to Magnum. All right, I don't know what y'all came here looking for, and I don't know if that's changed or what. I can't quite figure you, and I guess it's just been plaguing my mind a little bit. What are you doing?
Well, originally, for the most part, I've always just followed my sword and found ways to make gold doing it. So I just look for jobs that allow me to fight and allow me to use the skills that I've always enjoyed. So I mean, there was a job here to clear out a cave. I heard some rumors of a job in town, and I swung by to make a little bit of money. But I don't know. As the journey, adventure, whatever we're doing here, as this goes on, I'm learning it's way more fun to fight with people and have them. I've always thought my quick movement, quick agility, stabbing people from all around is a cool way to fight, but it's also cool to see somebody get chopped in half. And I will never be able to do that myself, but to stand next to a creature when it falls in two is a beautiful thing as well. So it's I'm having a lot of fun fighting with other people and learning how to do it as we go along. But I'm just in it for the fun, and I guess
For the thrills.
yeah, I guess the camaraderie at this point. I've grown very fond of these people that I travel with, and they're good people, and they're some a little too good, but most most of us are just in it for the fun, I guess. Or I am in it for the fun, I should say.
I respect that, and I will say to that end, if whether or not you're referring to this person, Ding Dong and Bing Bong and the like are good people, and there's a difference between doing a thing and doing a thing the right way and with the right people, and they're two different experiences entirely. So I do respect that, even if it's the thrill of the fight. There's a difference between the right fight and the wrong fight, and maybe there's something to say. There's a level of respect when you know you're with somebody who's willing to make that right fight with you. You get to stand beside them, and it makes it.
Or even run. I never thought in 100 years of life I would turn and run from a fight, but I have with this group of people. So yeah, it's been a very interesting experience. But yeah, originally coming out here, I was just in it looking to make some money, doing the only thing I knew how to do, beat stuff up.
Aye, you do well, lads. Too, lad.
You do, yeah. You do all right. You sure do all right. I mean, I'm sure Mantel's mentioned that it took a gun for me to, I suppose, find courage in the fight, you'd say. So to go in with that tiny, pointy sword, basically a giant sewing needle, I do have some respect for that. But y'all feel the same? Does that reflect on y'all as a whole?
I originally came to hunt monsters, but have been entangled by something more personal, and I would just leave it there.
Yeah.
Hey, haven't we all, Lupin? I think even in what Foxfire said, it must include something about where we've all come from, and things we've all gone through that I don't know, maybe I'm speaking out of place, but maybe it says something about whatever we've come from that we keep going towards the scariest thing because we can't seem to live in a world and be okay with the world, or something like that's out there if we can do something about it.
Yeah.
Whether it's just fighting it, chopping it in half, or purifying it, whatever it may be, it feels terrible to live in a world where something is out there that you could do something about, and it's hurting people, and it's tearing apart lives, it's destroying what's good in the world for the sake of itself. and you could do something about it, but you don't. That don't seem to sit well with me. I assume the same for these lads, as they've been going at this longer than I have. I thought I was only a cleric. I was a young cleric, and I thought I could use what Disney gave me as power to defend others. And in truth, it wasn't until I met you, Imlock. And granted, it took the courage of this here, and she kind of taps the gun underneath her cloak, underneath her robe. Yeah. And, yeah, it wasn't until you showed me this that I realized that, with a little bit of a push, I could take what Disney gave me, and instead of waiting for the world to fall apart and come to me, I could take it and make the evil fall apart before it gets to us. I could tear it down before it gets to good people, like in a town like Sandpoint, or in a town like mine, where it came quick and fast. And I fear if I would have been on the offensive, I could have seen it coming. But they'll never catch me on the defense again.
I hear that, and if I might say, I hope you'll take this as a compliment. But I've spent enough time around the man that I could say you sound a lot like Father Xantus.
Aye, Xantus is a good man. I haven't known him long, but my father, who taught me, my father in the parish, who taught me the ways of Disney, Father Bastille, he spoke very well, very highly of Xantus, and I've got not a bad word to say about him. He seems a good man, and I'm amazed more and more by him every day. It's not every priest, especially elderly ones, that would leave their parish to go out and fight something for the sake of just making sure to protect their town. So it's an honourable and a brave man that will go out with us tomorrow, and I got nothing bad to say about him.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, that's it. Didn't say nothing.
You're sure as shit right about the father in that. You know, you're not in. You know, a lot of priests are there to serve their God, but I can tell you that Xantus is here to serve the people of Sandpoint. And that means a lot, even as he's come in the last 7 years since the fire. He's taken to the people of this town, and it's not being a particularly religious man myself. I can see that he's taken in the teachings of Desna enough to realize that I suppose you could say his calling on the protection of this people. But there's not a lot of religious figures that I can name that I've met who would have the courage to step outside the walls of their sanctuary.
Aye, that's true. And as I've found,
and you won't find that a lot in this campaign. I mean, life.
As I've found, as in my own fear and overcoming it, it's not easy to do. It's much easier to sit inside the safety of your walls and cast your spells to keep things safe. But it's a whole different world when you step out and you have to prepare to move forward rather than stay where you are. But if we call ourselves followers of Desna, she was constantly a traveler. And so how would you say thank was Scottish accent?
Tink? No, that's Irish probably.
Thank. I thank her for her protection so far. And yeah, we'll keep traveling, looking out for anything that may be causing danger in this world. And right now it seems like we're right on the tail of it.
It's good on you, and I think so too. And I appreciate that you are. And but, you have Sandpoint support. Whatever we can do for you with our limited resources, there they are.
You've already done more than I could ask of his Hemlock. And I think I've got to head off to bed, but I've got something for you that if you do nothing else, I pray that you'll pass it on again. And she's going to take out the original pistol that Hemlock gave her and give it back to him and say, teach someone else. Show them how to go out into the world and make a change. Show them how to protect their people.
Aww.
Yeah, he looks a little misty eyed like at that, and he's like puts his hand on it and he says, "I'll do that, Mantle. Thank you for confirming the confidence that I had in you when I gave you this."
Well, I can only say I've had great teachers, and you're one of them, so I appreciate it. Have your drinks, enjoy your time off. We've all got to get back to it tomorrow. That'll be to bed for me.
Fair
Good
enough.
night, Bill.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hey, is Hemlock gonna stick around with us? Just
Yeah, he will.
drink
I think
and eat till we fall asleep.
Maybe he'll come with us to the misgivings as well.
He has a gun.
Yeah, he's got a gun.
Hemlock's got a gun.
Man, has that been the first time that's come up? Is that the first time that song's been
Granny's
sang?
got a gun. Noted.
Theme song.
Yeah, I think Hemlock would kind of try to, I guess, read the room as best he can when Mantle's like, I got to go to bed. And it's kind of like, well, I don't want to impose myself on y'all. I'm sure y'all need some.
For the sake of you guys too, I want to retcon a little bit and say this has kind of been Granny's MO anyway, not to be up all night.
Yeah,
that makes sense for your character with being up early to pray.
I want to be like Hemlock. She goes to bed early. Let's get some more drinks. Let's hang out, dude. Let's chill tonight.
Like,
How long have you been sheriff?
I got to be up tomorrow, but
we all have to be up tomorrow, but that's tomorrow.
yeah, I guess there's not a lot of people in this town that it wouldn't feel like a conflict of interest to stay up and have a few drinks with. But you're a few people that I don't feel responsible for. So if I don't stop you from having drinks, I don't have to feel bad.
I'm gonna go get another bottle of wine.
How long have you been sheriff of this town?
Oh, damn. Years and years.
I look over my book.
Yeah. I mean,
Let me consult.
Journaling since I started.
I could write a book about the years I've been.
At least a page or two.
I honestly, I kind of stumbled into this sheriffdom. Stop me if Mantle's told you about this, but I've spoken with her about it before.
I haven't.
There was a sheriff before me, Averton, who was murdered. It was a bit of a murdering spree here. Truly, the last trouble this bad we could see here. This guy Chopper, he went on a killing spree. It's kind of a loony, I guess, in the end. And I'd just gotten this gun. I'd been working for the garrison for a while. I think word got around that I have some Shawanti in my blood, so
hold on.
I guess I didn't think I was that well liked. But in the same few days that the sheriff was murdered, I stumbled upon the scene of another one of the Chopper's murders, and I found some fresh tracks, and I chased him to an alley, and I guess you could say that was my first kill. I shot the man there. in an area now known as Chopper's Alley. I think that kind of put me over, as they say, and the town put me in charge, which I take very seriously. And yeah, I hoped I wouldn't have to use the thing again, honestly. But times are different now. Y'all know that.
Yeah.
I can't say I relate to that idea of loving the thrill of fight, but when it comes to protecting those that matter, I can appreciate the value. And I guess I know enough to know that, and he kind of taps his coat where he put the gun in. He's like, this thing isn't a blessing, it's a curse. And it's, I guess, not a curse necessarily, more like a burden. And it's a burden that somebody's got to carry if they're going to protect people. And it's just it's a burden that you carry as a sheriff anyway. So the help doesn't hurt. What's that?
Conceal and carry.
Right. I tell people it's my penis.
They quit asking questions when I bring it up.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you had to do what you had to do, and you made the right choice. So.
Yeah, I think things probably turned out for the better, given the rampage of vicious murders that stopped.
Sounds like a good thing overall.
Hey, is there any way we could know what general idea of what level gunslinger Hemlock is?
I don't know if I don't think there's a great way for you to know that.
Okay.
If you want to make a case, you can, but I don't know that. Yeah.
We get him real drunk and challenge him to a shooting contest.
Yeah. Get him real drunk and just
yeah, that'd be a good game. Get him hammered and see if he can shoot his gun.
Yeah.
I'll try and block the bullet with my rapier.
With the ability that Mantle has, does she see him as a much better gunslinger than him? Does Mantle see him as a much better gunslinger than her? Sorry.
I think the reason it would be hard to tell is because he knows a lot more about guns than her, which could be through experience. But the practice of like shooting the gun, maybe you did some shooting practice and stuff, but it's not like you saw him, in all-out combat and all of that. You know what I mean? Right. It would make it easier to kind of quantify that idea. But let's say you guys sit there and you drink for a while with Hemlock, and he's like, hey, let me ask you boys this. There was a rumor that when y'all got to town, before y'all made the Rusty Dragon here kind of your regular watering hole, you took a trip down to the Hagfish. You know what I'm talking about? The other bar on the south end of town?
Oh, yeah.
Did we go there?
Yeah. Remember?
No. Oh, wait, yeah, there was that weird game at the bar, right?
Yep.
It was the rumor that y'all all tried and failed to drink old Nora's water, from the tank. That's at the Hagfish. There's like a big fish tank behind the bar, and it's got a hagfish in it, which is like one of those slime eels, kind of.
Yeah.
And there's he's like, you guys remember this? There's that purse of coins where you got to pay a certain amount to try to drink a cup, and if you can drink it without throwing up, you get to take all the coins.
Didn't we win that? Didn't we win that?
At least some of y'all did.
Did I win that?
I think you won it, Lupine.
Did you really?
I think so.
Did you really, Lupine?
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm not one to question you, but it's so hard for me to believe that, honestly. And if we're willing to take the show on the road, I'd be curious to see it.
Bar hopping with Hemlock.
Dude, if you bar up with the sheriff, you're safe, dude.
True.
Yeah, trust me, we won't get in any fights you don't want.
Oh, get in a fight and let him show you how level gunslinger he is.
Hey, Hemlock, we can do it, but I want to see you use that curse. I want to see you shoot something.
Oh, Oh, yeah, curse.
I want to see you
Shoot
use
some.
that curse, man.
Boy, I can't be wasting these bullets.
Come on, I'll pay you some gold.
You could pay the sheriff to see him shoot.
These aren't inexpensive. I mean, you're trying to grease the wheels of an old ship.
All right, well then let's make it interesting. If Lupine downs the hagfish, we get a shot out of you. A shot for a shot.
Well, hell, how can I turn that down? That sounds like that. Now, listen, I'm a sheriff, but that's just good business.
All right. To the hagfish we go.
All right. So you go to the hagfish.
Man, I wish I stayed awake so I could give him some pluses to this fortune save.
I wish you stayed awake so you could tell us how good he is at shooting. I have no way of knowing.
Yeah, we're just gonna be like he pulled the gun, but he didn't pull it like super fast. He pulled it like medium fast, and then he like,
No, Lupine. It wasn't medium. It was so fast. It was so fast. He pulled it.
He's like trying to recreate it. Like, was it this fast? Yes.
Did he keep the gun in his armpit or in like on his hip? Like where was
I
it?
think
level
it
of
was
gun?
in both hands at the same time, dude. I saw
What
it
if
in
y'all-
at least 4 hands.
But
Hey,
Mantle,
y'all
he
had-
dropped the gun as he pulled it. So I don't know what that says.
Y'all both just had enough drinks that, like, you wake up the next day, like, Mantle, I can't put it all together, but I'm pretty sure Sheriff Hemlock shot his gun last night. Like,
I'm pretty sure Sheriff Hemlock shot Lupine with a hagfish last night. I'm not entirely sure.
I don't remember what we did. We were drinking, and there was a fish, and
And I
Lupine got
puked?
a nasty beer, and Hemlock shot somebody.
I'm like, shot a man.
Okay, so yeah,
Sounds
there's
like
the
Friday.
hagfish. This place is a popular place for sailors. There's people playing cards. It's definitely like a little seedier than the Rusty Dragon. But yeah,
Yeah.
there's that big glass aquarium that sits behind the bar. There's a there's the hagfish. Its name is Nora.
The hagfish is named Nora?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see if I can send you a picture of Nora.
I don't know if I should if I'm going to drink something from Nora.
Come on, you already did it once.
Lee, recreate it in real life. Go get some water from your toilet.
Gross.
Nora the turd.
Take a big dump and then drink the water.
I took a dump while I was on the call with y'all earlier.
Nice.
Yeah, did y'all know?
No.
I could
Really
tell.
fast.
You came
'cause
back
you've
about
been-
a pound lighter.
It's
I measured
because
you with
you've
my
been-
eyes.
Ew. Nora does kind of look like a turd.
Oh, God. That's nasty, dude.
That's what
Why-
Lupin drank. He's nasty.
We all drank it.
I mean,
I mean,
there's no proof
Yeah,
I
you
drank
did
it.
it. Well,
no, it
Uh,
turns
not Mantle.
God,
Not
Granny didn't.
Mantle. Correct.
Okay, so you go in and Hemlock walks up to the bar and he goes, Hey there, Jargy. Listen, we got a fella here. You probably remember him. And he's like, yeah, it's the Swallowtail Murderer, right? And he's like,
I
no,
thought I had
it's
a better
Lupin. You remember him? Last time I think he was in here, he drank some of Nora's water. And he kind of looks at you for a second, Lupin, and hold on. Let me have him roll the check to recognize you. That'd be fun. He's like, oh, yeah, that's that asshole that cleaned out the freaking coin purse. Nobody's drank that water. You know how hard it is to get people to try to drink that water when there's no money in it?
You ruined their game.
And you look
Sorry
at him,
about
and he points back at the coin purse, and you can see it. It's like, yeah, just a small, like a leather bag, and it's hard to tell how much money's in it, but there's more than nothing in it.
Dude, I walk over there.
So why would I drink this again if there's no money in it?
Hey, don't ask about. I'm about to put some money in it.
Yeah,
A
but
shot
I
for a
like
shot,
lot of-
Lupin. Don't puss out now.
I put
Oh, okay.
I put 40 gold in the purse too.
Where'd you go?
Okay.
Nice.
Are you drinking
40
too,
gold.
Luke Foxfire?
That buys you a cup if you want it.
Unfortunately, I'm
It
sure
should not be
Nora's
a lot,
water
though.
doesn't taste as good as my Merlot, so I'm gonna stick to that.
Merlot.
But you got it.
Okay.
So a Merlot
right.
and a Merlittle for the merman.
All right. Pour me a cup. Is Sheriff drinking
Austin
with
and
me?
Lee, can I make a request that you get in the view of the camera for my watch back ability?
Sure.
Just put the eagle head in there.
Got the full-blown eagle on display.
He's
Is
got a Kansas City scarf on too.
Eagle.
Eagle. Oh.
It's on roll.
Is Sheriff drinking with me?
Austin, you
No,
shaved your
he's
beard.
like, I ain't drinking with you. A shot for a shot. If it's a shot for a shot, I can either take a shot from my penis or a shot from this glass.
Arlo is 3 years old and he's still very scared of this. And he called it an old woman today.
Get that old woman out of here.
That old
And-
woman out of here.
I said, Arlo, that's not an old woman, that's an eagle. He said, did an old woman kill that bird?
Did an old woman
Witch.
kill that?
I don't know where it came from.
Let me run and pee really quick.
Man, Hayden said, will you guys get back on the camera? All right, I'll go leave.
I really need you to be in front of the camera so that I can leave the camera.
Oh, I could have just turned my computer instead of moving.
I was laying down. I had to get up.
I just changed seats. I'm over here to the side now.
Ah, man. I was trying to make a point to remember Skype for whatever reason. The last time we recorded, it broke all the recordings into like 3-hour sessions. So I was trying to remember to just preemptively stop before 3 hours, but we're already over 3 hours now. So I'll let Skype break
We
it
may
down.
hit the next third, so we'll try to remember.
Excuse me.
I have a strong desire to at least try to get back to the misgivings and cleanse it and like check it before we get done.
Yeah,
Alright.
that's kind of why I feel like we could be done after
I think
this
so
little
too.
challenge here. Done with tonight's festivities.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hayden,
Okay.
Lee said he quit after he drinks this water.
What?
Lee said he quits after he drinks this water.
No, we're just saying we're done with the night's festivities.
We'll
After
see
you
about
shoot your gun, we're calling it a night.
Okay, Lipine, you gonna drink this nasty water?
Yep. What do I got to roll?
Fortitude save drinking this water down.
You can get a lupine. Lupine.
What do I need to pass?
Lupine.
I'll tell you. Oh, you want it? I will tell
Yeah,
you
I'll
what you
roll
need
it
to
on
pass
screen.
if you roll on the screen.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll on the screen.
Okay, it's a DC 16 Fortitude.
Okay, hold on. Let me reload the page. I have a +7 on my fortitude save, by the way.
So 50%. Got a 50-50 chance.
Yeah,
Or-
not bad.
I
Help
guess
me remember
technically
how to
55.
roll on the page here. It's still loading. Never mind.
Just hit your D20 over there, Lee.
The dice.
And I'm rolling the 20.
So if it's an 11 or higher, he passes.
Oh,
I can't.
it's an
Oh!
9.
Oh,
Oh no!
dude, it was on a 14.
Do what?
It was like right on the 14, and then it rolled over to a 6.
It rolled right under where I couldn't see where it rolled for a minute.
Okay.
All right.
So Lupine takes this big swig down, and like, there's a brief moment where he like, whoop, and he seems fine, and then he just leans over the bar and just pukes all over the bar. And it just as soon as this water hits your mouth, Lupine, you can feel like this is water and that slime is in there. It's like two different consistencies. The moment it hits your mouth, it's just so disgusting and vile. You can't. You
All right.
try to swallow it down, you can't keep it down, and you're gonna be sickened for 24 hours.
24 hours. All right.
Sickened condition is just. I don't think it's that bad.
I think it's -2 to attack rolls, though, isn't it?
Oh.
Can I not be healed from it?
Yes, you can.
All right. Now I start to rile the crowd up a little bit.
I'm about to
'Cause
say I'm
now
gonna
it's
drink
time.
it again. What
You
negative?
start
do
to
I
rally
take
the
if I drink
crowd
it
of people.
again?
What? What's that?
Oh,
I'm
no.
sorry.
I was rallying him for Sheriff Hemlock's shot, but Lupine's going back in, so I start the crowd rally for Lupine round 2.
I mean, you put 40 gold pieces in there. I should feel like you bought me more than one drink. What negatives do I take to my fortitude being sickened?
Yeah, let me look that up because that's definitely going to be a thing. It's going to be higher than it was.
Do the sicknesses stack if I drink it again?
Yes, they
They
should.
do.
Yeah, it's a -2 on the saving throw, so it goes from a 16 to an 18.
Don't worry, Lee. I'm preparing the spell.
Yeah. If you prepare the spell, I will definitely drink again.
If you fail against
I go
-40
ahead
your
and-
attack rolls.
Send mantle attacks.
A negative.
About-
What's my attack?
Hey, when you get up in the morning, prepare a spell. We're hammered, and Lupine's drinking this nasty water.
Also, can you please call an
Lupine
Uber
tried
to the
drink a
Hagfish?
lot of slime last night. We went to Slime Time Live and Lupine lost. Oh,
19, son. Plus 7.
There you go.
Nice. The first
So
one
for
was just
whatever reason,
show.
that second cup, maybe it's like you can expect what it's going to be like. You know, once you know what it feels like, it's just kind of like you get it down, you're like, and you force it down, and like, yeah, I think a crowd of people kind of gather around for the first one, especially after you threw up, and then like went in for a second one. Some people stood up and like were like, he's gonna do it again, this stupid son of a bitch. Nobody ever
Should've
does it the
hustled him,
second
dude.
time.
We should have taken
Boot
bets, Lupine.
Rally. Do what?
Rally.
We should have taken bets and hustled
yeah.
people for the second one.
Well, how much money did I get?
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to roll a D100 for how much gold was in there.
Hey,
Okay.
Plus
Plus
40.
okay.
Here it goes.
The 56?
74.
74.
I swear that looks like a 50. That's so stupid.
Just look in the log.
Yeah, I see
Yeah.
it, but it's just like the way it shows up on the screen is weird. 74 plus 40?
Yep.
Plus 40. So you get
So you
140.
got 40 of Foxfire's gold and 74 of somebody's gold.
Hey.
Yeah, people cheer. They're like, yeah, he did it again.
Hey, really fast, if it's okay with you guys, I'm just going to go ahead and mark out remove sickness for tomorrow, and Lupine, you don't have to worry about it.
That's fun.
Fair enough. Him
All
was
right.
like, shit, I really didn't think you were going to do that twice.
Do I get 2 shots now?
Yeah.
Definitely not.
2 shots.
All right, so
And
how do
I
we want
still
to do
want
this?
2 shots. 2 shots.
Yeah, Hemlock's like sipping on a beer. He's like, I mean, all right, let's discuss the stipulations. What am I supposed to shoot?
All right, I'm gonna before you even finish
For
that sentence, I'm
anybody
gonna
who's-
walk over with my cup that I had, and I'm gonna slam it on the bar and be like far away from the bar, not where somebody would get shot, and be like, shoot that.
Maybe we should go out. Well, I guess there's no light out in the street.
No,
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. Like,
Clear the
he's
way.
gonna-
put it outside.
Clear the way.
He's got to
He's
do
gonna
a
say-
draw and shoot the cup.
Yeah, he'll say that, Lupine. He's like, damn it, boy, I can't whip my gun out here and start shooting stuff.
Shot for a shot.
Like, I've had a few drinks, but I can't just start firing in bars in town.
Not shooting
Come
still. Shoot
on.
one thing. Shoot one time.
Maybe a diplomacy check.
Okay. 15.
It's like, Lupine, I can't be doing bullshit.
I'm gonna try
Like,
again.
maybe like take that
That's
bottle.
worse.
We'll go out. Listen,
Lee.
we'll go out in the street,
Yeah,
just
Lee.
outside.
Buy the cup from the bartender and take it outside.
Fuck that.
All right,
Go
I just
outside with it.
I
I'm
go
just gonna
take the
it
cup. I take the cup and bring it.
out.
I don't
Actually, I'll
have-
buy a bottle of wine and
Whoa! Hey,
we can
And then
down it real quick
pour-
and then we'll shoot
okay.
the bottle.
there we
Or
go.
unless you just already have a bottle with you.
I actually do it. We can use
I
this one.
actually do.
It's gone.
Okay,
We can
so
use this one.
Foxfire won't remember this.
Foxfire has magic now. He can make wine disappear. His spellcast goes and it makes the wine disappear.
Special
All right.
ancient elven incantation.
So if you guys turn to like leave, then Jargy, the bartender, will lean over. He's like, hey, don't you guys like love honey or something? Last
Yeah.
time you were in here, somebody stole some honey from our kitchen. Do y'all like want a little bit to go or something?
Yeah. I'll take some.
Laced with something.
Laced was
Yeah,
no, we just sell honey here.
Yeah, I want
more laced it.
Seymour laced it.
I want
he stole it from here, and then he put drugs in it, and then he gave it to Foxfire.
I wanted it. I want some. I want it.
Oh god.
Yeah, all right. I guess that's fine. And then he'll go back and come and bring like a small jar. Like
Alex, put 20 more gold in his pouch.
Yeah, I'll give him some more. I'll give him 20 more gold. That was very generous.
Foxfire is spending some money. Foxfire is single-handedly keeping the Sandpoint economy alive.
Hey,
I'm the stimulus.
You get a tip. You get a tip. You get money in the nasty slime water jar.
Did you get your stimulus thing, by the way?
Yeah, I actually did.
Yeah,
you could have it.
Yep.
Did you have to drink any slime water?
Yeah, we got ours.
Good.
Hey. Okay, shoot the wine bottle while I hold it in the air like this.
You got it. I want you.
Listen, I will try that only because you're an adventurer. But if I miss, I might shoot you, son.
You can't hurt me.
You have to draw it.
Let him shoot you. I want to see how much damage he does.
Actually, I put it in my left hand and I put my rapier in the other hand so I can parry the bullet.
They're like, Foxfire, let me clarify. You want me to shoot at you or at the wine bottle? Because you have a sword drawn on me.
Hit the bottle.
What is the sword for?
In
case you missed the bottle.
I blocked the bullet with my sword.
Y'all must not be close friends of Mantles for her to have explained how guns work to you yet.
We've watched enough anime to know you can cut a bullet in half if it's coming to you.
Yeah.
If you cut a bullet in half, you're going to get shot with 2 small bullets.
No. They refract out at like an angle and they go around you. We've seen it.
Well, let's test it out. If you miss the bottle, that is.
Okay, I'm going to roll a Sheriff Hemlock's attack.
He's doing a pull and shoot, right?
Yeah, we want the full draw and shoot.
Yeah, I don't want just like a steady and aim crap. I want
okay,
draw and shoot.
I want to make... Okay, we can do that, but I want to make it clear to the guy holding the bottle. That makes it harder for me.
I feel like that should just be whatever his gun level is. Like just
if
whatever.
you're
like,
not good, that's not my fault. If you shoot me, that's your fault.
No, you're asking me to do it. You can put that bottle on the damn ground.
If you miss the bottle and hit me,
I don't know what it means
that's
to you.
on you. That's not on like that. That doesn't affect me at all. I don't understand. What are you talking about?
Have you considered that a bottle of glass being shattered next to your face is not good?
All right. I was told that if a potion blasts and the glass cuts you, you get healed. So if a wine bottle blasts and cuts you, you probably get more healed because wine tastes better than potions.
Can't argue with that logic.
Hemlock pulls his gun and shoots the wine bottle and busts it.
Oh, yeah. What a badass.
So I'm going to say to Foxfire,
this is all weird as hell.
What level do you think he is? Like a 2?
At least.
That's pretty good. That was pretty good.
Dude, he shot the bottle from 1.5 miles away. We gotta go tell Mantle.
Do you think he gets better the drunker he gets? Do you think that's how he works? He's like the drunk samurai?
He was.
I can hear you, and I certainly do get more willing to shoot at wine bottles the drunker I get.
Hayden, you cannot hear him. You're 1.5 miles away.
Come on.
Then he misses. Sheriff Hemlock pulls out his sniper rifle, stares down the scope, accounts for wind, and hits the wine glass.
Hey, so all the people in the bar are like, yeah, our sheriff's a badass, right? Because that was awesome.
No, they went outside. Sheriff Hemlock would not have wanted them to follow you outside so he could do his gun tricks.
Bro, they saw through the window though. They saw through the window.
I'm gonna roll some perception checks. No one saw through the window.
Oh my gosh.
No.
This is a PR stunt, bro. I'm trying to get
Maybe-
Sheriff Hemlock some rep.
Maybe a couple people ran out and they're like, "I heard gunshots. Is everything okay?"
Yeah.
And
I
Sheriff
didn't
Hell
Hemlock's
yeah,
like,
your sheriff's a badass.
"That's all right. Just another bad man put down."
We got the Merlot. We got him.
Yeah, he's right.
We got that drastic Merlot that's been terrorizing our town.
Merlot chopper. We got him.
We got Merlot problems in a tiny bottle.
And a bitch ain't one.
I asked him to hit me.
I'm starting to come around to that idea.
Hey, tell him to shoot at you and see if you can block it with your sword.
See if you can beat your AC. You guys flank him and see if he can shoot you.
All right. Hey, Sheriff. You think you
We
could
need
call us
further
an Uber?
tests.
I think we need an Uber back to the Rusty Dragon.
Oh, thank God this whole town is walkable.
Oh, good. Lead the way.
It's this way. Even drunk, I can find that. But yeah, he'll walk you back to the Rusty Dragon.
It's this way.
You gotta go
So-
up and then Dragon Way.
It's on one Rusty Dragon way.
Follow the smell of adventure. So yeah, Hemlock will walk you back up to the Rusty Dragon, but yeah, maybe parting ways to say, listen, thank you guys for, there's not many people I could speak to as equals, and it meant a lot to spend a little off time with some good people. I appreciate everything you did, and know that I remember that Foxfire, you said you'd give me money for spending my bullet.
Oh, yeah. Here's 10 gold.
That seems fair.
Know that I remember that thing.
Hey,
Can we
thank
look up how
you.
much a bullet costs?
Thank you for defending Sandpoint for stuff. I'm sorry I got mad about the guards and you being bad at your job. You seem fine.
You seem perfectly adequate.
You seem
That's okay. If there was more of me, it'd be one thing. But unfortunately, the Sandpoint Garrison seems to be a mix of people as smart as me and people as smart as me, but as weak as Rufio, if you remember him, and then people as strong as me, but then people
Rufio
as
was
dumb
strong,
as
bro.
people as dumb as, well, ding dong.
Amen to
Hey,
that.
Ding Dong ain't dumb.
I was about to say,
Take that back.
you let Sheriff Hemlock talk crap about Ding Dong in front of Mantle.
Yeah. Well,
Ding
whatever.
dong.
Well, you know what I'm trying to say. I think Ding Dong is pure of heart and stone of mind.
And
He's
Stone
dumb
of
as shit.
Skin, how the hell has he stayed alive at level 2 this whole time?
Yeah.
It's mostly armor and shield, I think.
It's mostly meat and shield.
Yeah, well, the meat part's where. Never mind. I've had a lot to drink. God rest his soul.
Yeah, have a good night. Hope you get home safe.
God, not Ding Dong. Damn,
What just happened?
Ding Dong's not even dead.
Oh, right.
I meant Big Ball.
right. I know the difference. I know.
There's
I
Sabo.
I know. We all know. One of them's one guy, the other one's another guy. I know.
All those guards look the same to me. Dude. So when we go upstairs to the room, is are Savvy and Mantle like already asleep?
No,
Or do we have our own rooms? I don't remember how
I
that
think
works.
you guys have two
We're
rooms.
sharing rooms.
Okay.
Yeah, you have two rooms. So let's go back to Mantle, who at this point shares a room with Savvy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fine.
Let me find a way to send a PDF to you guys. Maybe the group text a PDF
of what?
Yes.
What?
For forensic files.
Cold case.
Mental.
Is this the letter that Amika wrote? Is that what this is?
No, I forgot about that because I got drunk.
So what are you sending?
Forgot to ask.
That wine bottle.
What are you sending us then?
Probably something from Savvy, I assume.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
This won't send though. Austin, let me just forward this to you, I guess, in an email form.
Can you like save it on your laptop and then post it in the Roll20 or something?
That's what I was trying to do. I did save it, but I don't know how. Is this you?
rockauto.com?
That's me. Go ahead and read it out loud.
April's newsletter.
Go ahead and read it out loud.
Husky floor liners, save on KYB shocks and struts, Chrysler Forum, light in the darkness blunder, Ferrari logo trivia, daily drivers not being driven, Kyle's 1983 Hearst Olds 15th anniversary, all the parts your car will ever need.
That's right. And
Savvy's
so you found that slipped under your door.
It's, what could all this
to get
mean?
ads back then.
I throw it away.
Junk mail.
Let me see if this works.
Maybe you can upload it to Google Drive or something and then share it from there.
Did that work?
No, you have to sign on to Google to do it. No.
Oh yeah, it's pointing us to your Gmail email.
Yeah.
I'm just having trouble with it because it's a PDF. I
think you can save PDFs to Google Drive if you have a Google Drive.
I do have it saved in my Google Drive, but then what? I would make it.
You could just share the link for that file.
Yes. Oh, here we go. Okay, let me save it to my Google Drive. Adding to my drive. It is currently saving. There was an error saving the attachment to Google Drive. Good.
And as you can see, the first time you open it up, you'll have to do some updates. So it should take about 15 minutes.
Hold on. I wonder if I can just do... Yes, here we go. I'll just screenshot it. How about that?
That's fine.
Just do 2 screenshots and I'll send it in the text to you guys. Yeah, cool. You find a letter left on Savvy's bed mantle. And so at the end of the letter, like there's a point where it says, flipping over the note reveals more writing titled Ding Dong's Eulogy. I think Savvy left this to be read at Ding Dong's service.
Okay.
This Xavier wrote this, by the way, which is very cool. I know you guys can't use that Wand of Light Wounds, but it is also a cool token that he left it rolled up in the scroll.
Is somebody reading it?
I think it just got sent to Mantle because Mantle was in the room.
Okay, got it.
Oh, yeah, okay, I can read it out loud. I'm sorry. I thought you sent it to everybody. Okay. I think
We're not there. You don't have to read it out loud.
Well, this is to everybody, so let's just say that I'm reading this tomorrow morning.
Okay.
All right.
Sure.
So a rolled up paper tied with leather string is found in the place where Savvy was sleeping. Opening it drops the light wounds wand that Savvy was carrying and a note to the party. Dear brothers in arms, I must apologize. I have appreciated your companionship and kindness during this time. I was unprepared to handle the surge of emotions that resulted from my time at the manor. I would have been able to handle the overwhelming dread that permeated every inch of that place, but seeing Balinar face to face again pushed me past my breaking point. For that reason, I must apologize and depart until I can properly collect myself. Rest assured, I will meet up with you again soon. Before I go, I have a few words I would like to share with each of you. To Granny, I was fortunate enough to meet a fellow magic practitioner in you. I only have a simple knowledge in the arcane arts. So I hope to rejoin you soon to continue learning about Desna and the power of divinity. To Foxfire, although most of my time at the manor was spent in your clutches, I know you to be a good man. I questioned why you were often targeted by the spirits. Perhaps they felt as if you were the binding that held us together. I, for one, believe that to be true. To Lupine, you may have spent a great deal of the time fighting back fear in that haunted mansion, but no one showed as much courage in the face of possible death. I looked to you for guidance and leadership. And to Bing Bong, I couldn't forget about you or the sacrifice Ding Dong made. Yeah. I'm sorry. This is really blurry. It's hard to read. I couldn't forget about you or the sacrifice Ding Dong made. As you know, I acted and sing in many plays. A play is made up of many actors, some parts big, some parts small, but all the parts are important. The two of you have left a huge impact on me because of your importance. And then it says, flipping the note over reveals more writing titled Ding Dong's Eulogy. And I think that I'll save that for the...
Yeah, that's great. I think that's a really great idea.
Did Ding Dong or Bing Bong die?
This is Bing Bong.
It was kind of... I think that the way he wrote it was kind of to both of them in the spirit of them being together.
Yeah.
Okay. And the Daverin is still alive, correct?
Mm-hmm. Ding Dong Daverin.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So as we make our way to their funeral thing, I think there would be mourning that Savvy is gone, and I think that I have to go pee. I'll be right back.
And you're laying Bing Bong on the Junkers Beach, right?
Yeah, I think that was what we decided. Where we put Rufio and Seymour
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Gorby.
and Gorvy. Yeah.
Gorby.
Hey, before we fall asleep at night, Lupine, I go, Miko, talk to me about Amiko tomorrow.
Okay. But you're drunk though, so I feel like it'd be more like this. You know what's fucking weird? Miko.
She's always coming up to me and giving me stuff, and like I just don't understand why.
I think we like flirt with each other. Like I shoot her with an arrow, she lies to me, I shoot her. She give me free bottles of wine. She's trying to get me drunk.
Yeah.
It's a real love-hate thing.
She wrote me a letter. She wrote me a letter.
Yeah.
I think it's a love letter.
She told me to only read it if I'm by myself.
If I decide not to come back to Sandpoint.
Yeah. If we'll never see each other again.
She's probably confessing her undying love for me. That's probably it.
About time, huh?
Right. Glad we got that cleared up.
What did we clear up?
Amiko's love for Foxfire.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's just Foxfire's like, yeah. That's Foxfire and Lupine's drunk going to sleep talk. So, as you guys make your way to Junkers Beach tomorrow, you would inevitably pass what the nearest building to Junkers Beach, which was Gorby's shack, which I imagine will probably catch your eye just because it's Gorby's shack. And you notice it to be like kind of cleaned up.
Okay.
And the windows taken out, like as if it's like a. Well, you probably recognize culturally as a like set. It seems to be set up as like a shrine of some kind.
Hmm.
To Gorby?
Let's know that building. Looks interesting.
Like a shrine to Gorby?
You guys
Well,
think
do
the
it.
bread is still in the toilet?
You check it out.
You think it's like still eat?
Why? Why?
Why did Seymour do that? You have to know, you have to wonder. The mind goes to dark places. You gonna go check it out? Just keep walking. Your call.
Granny doesn't know what it is, so like, she wouldn't be like, "Oh, let's go in there."
No, I think it's best to let poopy bread lie.
Fair enough.
Well spoken. Well spoken.
So, yeah, you go on to Junkers Beach. You know, at the time that maybe Father Xantus sent word that they'll have the body ready and ready to be laid. You go down to the gravesite. There's a hole already dug. There's a headstone put there for Bing Bong. And Hemlock's there. Xantus is there. Ding Dong's there. Mayor Deverin's there. And you guys are there. And the vibe is morose, but not like entirely, sad as like memorial services often are.
Right.
And Xantus, as people kind of gather and the quiet sits for a minute, Xantus says, today we make longer the list of names of those who have given themselves for Sandpoint. For the people who live here, for the people who travel here, for anyone who spends time in Sandpoint, these people have laid down their lives. And Bing Bong is no exception. He came here an orphan. He quickly became close friends with Ding Dong Devrin here. When Ding Dong moved here at a young age, and the two were inseparable. And I knew before they were, the town knew before they were adults that they would be of great service to this town, for their hearts were always of pure gold. And he kind of smiles at Ding Dong. These are good men. And as with all those who lay here on Junkers Beach in this hallowed and honored place of rest now, it is an honor to rest here. And I pray to Desna that they find the rest that they so deserve, and that they are honored in their afterlife. As we lay this body to rest, if anyone would have any words they would like to speak, this would be the time for it.
Aye. Savi has left word he'd like to shout at this gathering. If you don't mind, I'll read what he's left behind.
Yes.
The passing of Ding Dong reminds me of a monologue I once recited in a play. Like a comet pulled from orbit, as it passes the sun. Like a stream that meets a boulder halfway through the wood. Who can say if I've been changed for the better because I knew you? I have been changed for good. It well may be that we will never meet again in this lifetime. So let me say before we part, so much of me is made of what I learned from you. You'll be with me like a handprint on my head. And now whatever way our stories end, I know you have rewritten mine by being my friend. Like a ship blown from its mooring by a wind off the sea. Like a seed dropped by a skybird in a distant wood. Who can say if I've been changed for the better? Because I knew you. Because I knew you, I've been changed for good. I don't have better words to say than that. He was a good man. And he certainly meant a lot to me.
Ding Dong, after a long pause, steps forward and says, Bing Bong, I don't know what I have left in this world. But what I have will be to honor you in the memory of you. Thank you for everything. And then kind of like, you see him kind of like break up a little bit, and then he steps back and he puts his head down.
This is sad. This is too sad.
And then Xantus kind of nods his head, and a few of the priests begin to cover the grave. And Xantus says, "Thank you all. Thank you for coming. There are burials. I've carried out many burials in my day, and I've carried out burials with greater numbers, but certainly the numbered among them meaning less than what it seems to these here today. So thank you for being here. And we thank you, Bing Bong, one more time for your service and for your life given for Sandpoint." And he kind of bows. And then he kind of adjourns the meeting. And you're welcome to do as you please. And I think a few people, Ding Dong, maybe Ding Dong approaches the three of you.
Hey, did you say Hemlock was here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go ahead. Go over what you're saying.
Ding Dong will approach the three of you.
I'm sorry. I said go ahead, and then I will say before, if he's like trying to leave before this gets done, I want to catch him before he leaves.
Okay. So Ding Dong kind of comes over to the three of you, and he's like, "I've been thinking a lot about what's left for me. I think if you're still planning to go to Magnamar, I have some family there that I want to speak to, and I could travel with you at least that far if you have me in your company."
Lad, you would be most honored. You would be a most honored guest. Yeah, thanks.
You would be most honored to travel with us.
You would be most honored to travel with us.
To be in our presence.
Get over yourself. Go home.
Okay.
No.
And he throws himself in the grave.
This is my home.
Okay, that's it. I have nothing.
No,
The last thing.
really and truly, I think Manta would make every. If he wants to go with us, I'll make every. I don't know what the word is.
Every opportunity, yeah, I
Every
understand.
opportunity available to him to go with us. Yes.
Sure. Yeah. I think he wants to. Yeah, he wants to go with you. He has family in Magnamar that he needs to visit. So that makes it that he wants to visit. So his business is in Magnamar as it stands, and yeah, I think he's trying to make it clear that beyond that, he would travel with you at least that far.
Okay.
And the mayor will approach you and say, "Oh, thank you, boys, for stops. Thank you, people, for everything you're doing for this town. Thank you for everything you're doing for all the people of all towns. It's not just Sandpoint. And I want you to know on behalf of the city, we honor you.
Thank you.
Our debt to you increases with the days, it seems."
You owe us nothing, Matt. Mayor Devlin. Give us a place to rest our head. We'll call it even.
She kind of nods. Try it out, and you see Hemlock kind of start to, leave, and maybe you go to cut him off, Mantle, or go catch him before he leaves.
Yep. So.
Yeah, Mantle. You might have been caught up. You missed a bit last night. That's
Right, I had quite the night last night. I don't want to burden you too much this morning. I know the weight of the world is enough on you, especially after a night last night.
it's not lighter.
I certainly I wouldn't ask you without a heartfelt feeling for it. But Ding Dong plans to travel with us to Magnamar. I don't know what his plans after that are, but you remember that gun I gave you last night.
Yeah.
If he comes back here, teach him to use it. He's worthy of it, and we may need him before this all comes to an end.
That's it. If somebody I felt like I owed less asked, I might be more wary, but I guess I owe enough to the three of you to try.
Right,
I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot.
Let's be clear with each other. If it don't work out, it don't work out. If it don't work out, it don't work out. But the boy is worthy of more than the way he speaks and the way people treat him as they judge the book by its cover. We, as a group, owe him much more than that. So if there's any man worthy of learning to be better, of bettering himself, and who's more willing to better himself, and you find him, you show him to me, because I haven't seen one yet.
Mantle, this may not be the appropriate context for this conversation, but philosophically, I have to say that I believe that the teaching of the wilderness thing, and I may have mentioned this to you before, is not so much a gift as it is a burden. I'd be concerned to pass this on to somebody else, but
that man's got more burdens than either of us. So.
That's
more what than either of you?
Precisely what I was going to say. That's precisely what I mean to say. If he's carrying the weight that he's carrying now, I guess I imagine that he can handle this.
I believe you're exactly right. And I trust your judgment on how far you go with it and how far you continue the training or whatever. But I'm just asking because I owe that man a lot. I think our group owes that man a lot, but I certainly owe that man a lot. And I can't give it to him. But perhaps a part of it is something that you could give him.
Yep. I'll give Ding Dong Devrin the opportunity. I've only given one other person. Unless you, on your good word, I'll do it.
I appreciate it. What you've done for me and what you'll continue to do. I know you're a good man. And I trust you to do what's best. Maybe I was a little forceful to begin with. I merely meant as a suggestion.
You put that gun in that teenager's hands. You do it.
I owe Ding Dong a lot. And I want him to have the best he can get. Because he's a good soldier. He's a good man. And he's more than willing to put his life on the line for the sake of good.
Yeah, well, if nothing else, he's shown that he has the courage to try, and that's all I could ask for. So, yeah,
Absolutely.
I take what you're saying.
That's all I want to say to him. So we're
Cool.
good. So I got to go pee. Can we? I guess you guys do what you want to do, but as far as I'm concerned, we can start on our way back to the misgivings.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Chill. All right. So, so you've let Father Xantus know. It's just Father Xantus is going to be traveling with y'all, so that'll be fine.
No sheriff.
No shit. I mean, I think if you ask the sheriff, he kind of, feels that he's sort of tied to being here right now. Like, he can't, with good conscience, leave town. Which has generally been true. Yeah. There's nobody
Would
that he
Sable want to come? Sable and what was that other guy? Roderick Clink? This is a last minute addition, but.
Oh, yeah, Broderick Quink. I don't think Sable would. Sable being just like just a random woman, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Broderick Quink. Yes, you met him at Sable's Horns, right?
Yeah. He's the one that went and explored the cavern underneath Sandpoint where the statue to Olazanist and all that was, and she went with him to explore that.
That's right. Yeah. I have to find where his building affiliation is. That's right. He's the sage.
Cool.
What's a sage?
Just
Who's the sage?
Old smart person. Scholar.
Who's the sage? Santos?
Broderick Quink.
This guy from before.
I missed a lot.
But as a last minute addition, without having to role play a lot, could we say that we went and talked to him and found out if he wants to come with us?
No, he doesn't. He's the guy that told you about the old light, in fact.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
But that's where his main studies lie. He's here studying the old light.
Specifically the old light?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah,
he would know a lot about the older stuff, though?
Maybe, yeah. But he hasn't studied, he's studied history, but not specifically Sandpoint, history.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll keep that in my back pocket. Okay.
Yeah.
Off to the misgivings.
Yeah.
Off to the misgivings.
And unless there's a reason to stop Hayden, I think we might as well, roll through that night's rest and then
Yeah. Like whatever, right outside. Start getting ready to go in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think I'll go to the misgivings. Let's pull it up, baby. Woo! Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Back.
You had the misgivings. Great.
What's the rat situation like?
Ratty.
Tell me how you're approaching this.
Praying they're all back upstairs.